Whoa. Where am I? Dude, it used to reset me back to position, and now it doesn't do it anymore. It doesn't. It don't put me back where I was. So what the hell, man? I need some music, please. Give me some tunes. I don't know what to play. Yo, play some virtual self. Excellent. All right. Oh God. What's going on? It is Thursday. You're starting your Spanish arc on Monday? What are you doing that for? What are you doing that for? Is that a Supra? The funniest thing about that clip is that it's cut the way it is because shortly after, I smack right into a truck. Wasn't the title from yesterday? Did it not update the title? Of course it didn't. Did not play the ads I told it to play? Did we say we're gonna play Phasmo today, Juvie? I think we said no, right? I think we said no. I'm lost with like what day it is. Oh, there's no internet anyway? Okay. I ask because there's a stream happening in 3 hours for Voices of the Void. Sorry. What was I saying? Yeah, the stream, the Phasmo stream. In 3 hours, you can get drops. Can you restart the stream? Nope. Gotta poop? Nope. Hold it in. Hold it in. We got 5 hours. Come on. Lock it in. Phasmo? Yeah, there's the stream. It's not on the official Phasmo thing. Hold on, let's see. Phasmophobia. No. Phasmo stream. Hold on. Just hold on. Just freaking hold on. Okay? You're stressing me out. You're stressing me out here. Okay? Where is it? Where's it? Oh, this is it? I didn't see that they were allowing co-streaming, but I didn't request to co-stream it, unfortunately. But that's okay. Essentially, if I can find the goddamn webpage, here it is. Excellent. That took forever. So I gotta move. You know what? I'm gonna do something. Just really quick. Spare myself from moving the VTuber all the time. All right. So there's a stream happening today at some hour of the day, just about 3 hours from now. And if you watch for 30 minutes on a specific channel, Galaxies on the Twitch page, you get a drop, and the drop is this. So you get a little badge, and you get a little space looky thingy. It's a showcase. I don't know if this means they're gonna show off more stuff. Oh wait, I didn't really read into it more than more free drops. Yeah, I didn't click this page earlier, so I didn't see that Galaxies are offering Twitch creators the opportunity to co-stream by filling out the form on their website. I can't do it anymore. It's too late. I tried to yesterday. I think they're gonna show off what updates are coming up. The new characters. Looks like that might be it. Maybe a sneak peek at the next map. Something like that. I don't know. But that's what we got so far. I think it looks cool. I think it looks pretty dope. I mean, it's not as effecty as like some of the other ones we got from in-game, but cool. Cool Twitch drop. Pretty dope. Pretty cool. Pretty dope and pretty cool. Tsurume. Hello. Welcome in. Animated. Wow. So yeah, Astronomer ID card and badge from Galaxies. And that'll be available if you watch for 30 minutes today. Maybe they'll show us what the new map is finally going to be. Kind of late. Just leave it open. Just don't turn off the PC for a night. Are you a DJ Potaro fan? I am a very big DJ Potaro fan. I am. I'm a DJ Potaro fan since Spitfire. When that dude released Spitfire. Quite an OG DJ Potaro fan right here. Wait, do I not have... Oh. If I was in World War II, they'd call me Spitfire. Very nice. Very nice.
Trash rat.
Whoa! Tsurume, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I like you already. Oh, thank you. And the leaf emote. Leafeons. I'm trying to push her to host a lobby for Left 4 Dead 2. Come on, man. Let's play. I want to play some Left 4 Dead. Please. Didn't I have a playlist for this? Where'd it go? Where the freak did it go? My VTuber is freezing whenever I look up that way. Is this the playlist? This is the playlist. Okay. It'll replay that portion, but it's fine. Yeah. Porter Robinson, man. Yes. I mean, I will be honest, I fell off a little bit when Nurture came out. I don't know, something about that album. Funny enough, I don't know. I reacted to it on release hour. And I liked it at the time, and then I kind of fell off of it. And now I'm back. I need that new song to release. That new collaborative song. Yes. Yes, indeed. Spitfire. Anyways, I need to set a timer or something for that. Remind myself, because I will forget. Once I get into Voices of the Void, I will simply forget. But I don't know how to do that, because I don't have another device that isn't my VTuber phone at this moment. Is it still on? Yes. And the battery's at 74%. Lo and behold. Crazy! Alright. Alarm. 15 o'clock. I mean, I don't really know what time it's gonna happen. Is it immediately Phasmo? I don't know. We'll see. There you go. 15 o'clock. Hit me with the alarm. Pretty good. Can't wait for them to release it. Yeah. Yeah, collab. It was at Nina Girachi. Sounds awesome. Might be one of my favorite Porter releases in a while. Not that this album's bad. I do like Mona Lisa quite a lot. Yo, what's up, Lunaris? Yo, man. What's good? Oh, you know. It's hot. The heat is here. And it's here to stay. It was supposed to rain today, and tomorrow was supposed to be cold. And then they were like, you know what? It seems like Aiko is looking forward to it to be cold again for a little bit. And so, as a result, we're gonna screw him over and make it hot all week, including the weekend. The weekend's fine. I'm chill with that. Yeah. What's up, Reaper 102388? Sorry? No, it's cool. I'm mostly memeing. Listen, the AC was on, so I'm basically not affected. That's first and foremost, is that I wouldn't be affected because AC is on. But secondly, it'll be pretty decent weather this weekend, so we might finally go to the botanical garden and look at those cherry blossoms. Joe, the Lion 26 with the 105 stream streak. Thank you, man. Even though he said, I think this is a day late. Or they give it to me early today. Whoa. Reaper 102388, thank you for the 95 stream streak. Hold on, I got a streak. Whoa. Look at these guys going crazy with their streaks. Everyone's streaking in here. Don't do that. It's illegal. Probably. What's up, Ty? Windex. Dude, low-key, when I was younger, it was so tempting because of how blue it looked. I'm like, oh, it's gonna taste like blueberry. Blueberry. What the? Hey, stop repeating tracks, all right? And start playing some new jammers. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is a Japan exclusive track, but we actually, because I have Spotify in Japan, we listened to it on release. And I was like, whoa, this is a cool album, and I didn't realize this was a Japan exclusive. That might be the last of that streak, though. Joe the Lion is leaving the channel? Oh my god. Understandable and fair. I would leave too. Yeah, no, that's fair. Hope she brings out his Spitfire again. A lot of the mixes she did in that Coachella set were pretty sick. I didn't see Porter Robinson. It's really funny because I was in the area, but Porter Robinson's Brooklyn set for New Year's of, I think, 2 years ago was pretty goddamn good. Was it 2 years ago or was it last year? It was 2 years ago. 2 years ago. I was like, damn, now that's what I'm talking about right there. He has some good-ass mixes in there. And his DJ sets always go, but... It's funny that you showed up today. I actually finally got frames on Christmas for my vinyl records. And it took this long, but I finally fit the World's vinyl. And now it is finally on my wall. It is crooked as hell. It pisses me off to look at the moment, but I'll fix it later. It's because it comes with 2 vinyls, and so one part is outweighing the other, and it's like, god damn it. I'm in Spain next week, and the A and the S might not remember to check the stream. Oh my god. Sin? No, you said A and S. Pin? Oh no. Dude, not the pin. Not the freaking pin. Yeah, wait, hold on. You said some of that. Swelling up. I go to Spain to see my ma'am. Well, I hope everything's okay. With the A and the S. Yeah, that's what I said. Duh. And then without it, it would be pinned. So, you know, check the pinned. We don't have a pinned. We don't have a pinned. But yeah. Just haven't gone to see her in a while. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's very fair, especially if she's in Spain. Yeah. Damn. Spain, man. Spain without the S. It's cool though. It's cool. But we got to do something crazy right about now. Something super insane and crazy. We have to VTuble. And today we're going to guess the only VTuber. Nanashimume. Oh, it's Hollow. Oh, Gen 2. Oh, wait, but JP. Ooh. Is that... Which ones are Gen 2? Subaru. Hey, that one's my favorite. It's not JP! Oh my god, Indonesia. Kayla. Kayla's Gen 1. Oh, Kayla's Gen 3. It's not Indonesia. Or JP or EN. What? Oh, full human. Okay. Isn't Muna in... I just said it. Indonesia? Wait. Nationality Japanese... Japanese, I think only Japanese. They only speak Japanese. Wait, what? Achan. No way, right? Okay. Well, we probably should have looked at the fact that they're graduated. So they're an active HoloLive Gen 2. We don't know which branch. It's clearly not HoloStars, because it would be HoloLive and HoloStars here. They only speak Japanese. Their nationality is Japanese. They're after August of 2021. Right, so what... Also, let's see what Mr. Snowblade... What's up, Shere Kwan? Good to see you. The Snowblade. Fun fact of the day. Did you know that on this day, 1912, Harriet Quimby, the first woman to earn a pilot's license in the United States, becomes the first woman to fly across the English Channel. She dies in an airplane accident just a month later, at age 37. And rest in peace. Rest in peace. Hold on, I'm lost because I don't know what other... It's not Ian, it's not JP, and it's not... Is it Regloss? Because doesn't Regloss have the second tier, which is like, what is it? Is it Reglow? Regloss is JP? Oh, God. I'm gonna try Riona. Oh! Their dev is... That's their branch. Okay, it's Flowglow. Chihaya. Flow Glow is Regloss Gen 2. That's basically it. The heck is Flow Glow? Oh my god, guys, it's Kikata boom. Just like that. The heck is Regloss then? It's their first generation. You guys don't know Regloss? It basically... Hold on. Lowering the volume here. Here, I'll show you. Hololive Gens. So you got Regloss. You have Dev Is, which is the whole collection, but you got Regloss. This is the first gen, right? You got all this stuff right here with the Smoker Girl, and then you got Flow Glow as Gen 2. And basically their whole thing is all of these other gens are pretty much like they stream, they play games, and they do the music stuff. Regloss and Flow Glow, which is Dev Is, they are exclusive to music. That's their whole thing. They do streams sometimes where they play games, but for the most part, their focus is on making music and like live concerts. They have a lot of... They're all JP, right? I do think they are, yeah. So I don't know why they're under the branch Dev Is. But yeah. It's like Aoski was supposed to be. I guess so. Yeah. I do know this gen pretty well, actually. I don't know Kanade. I don't think I know Su. I don't think I would have guessed Nico, so I'm glad it was one of these in the middle. Like, I know all of these. Cool. Dope. I gotta tell Fausto to do this one. I'm gonna tell him right now. I'm curious if he would get it. Curious. A gen of JP. Technically, it is JP, but it's the branch of Dev Is. Dev Is, right? Because EN has Myth, Project Hope, Council, Promise, Advent, Justice, whatever. And then JP Hololive has Gen 0 through 5, but they have Holo X, and they have the Gamers, which I guess they all fall under JP anyway, but yeah. Someone say Gamers? No, Bobcat. As a matter of fact, I didn't say Gamers. I hate people who play video games, Bobcat FM. Alright? We don't play games here. Oh, just checking? Yeah. Well, yeah, no, just, you know, just kidding around here. Just making a joke here. Just making a joke. What's up, Bobcat? Good to see you, man. What's good, man? What's good? Or is it good to see you? Vsauce, Michael here. And we're bringing up Voices of the Void here in just a moment. And in approximately 2 hours and 30 minutes, we will be checking out that Phasmo stream. Well, I probably won't have it on stream because it has permissions for co-streaming. So I probably won't, but for to tell you I was in your neck of the woods in December, you did not forget. You did tell me. Bobcat FM. As a matter of fact, you did tell me. I'm verifying. I did forget that I told you then, yeah. I'm scrolling back because I want to make sure that I was... Am I just making that up? Pretty sure you told me. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure you said that it gave you COVID. Or you got sick or something. And I'm pretty sure the last time you were here, you asked if I knew Broken Side, and I said maybe. The name sounds familiar, but I don't know. I think. Yes. Brother, do you remember Broken Side? I was like, the name sounds familiar. And then you never even, like, you didn't say anything afterwards. Yeah. Well, it's better. I didn't. New York City gave me COVID. Damn, I was probably drunk. Fair enough. Fair enough. Very fair, very fair. Can't believe you got COVID from New York City. I mean, yes, I can, but can't. But yes, I can, but can't. Can, but I can't, but I could, but I can't, you know? Just how I operate. Remind me when it is so I can watch it too. What do you mean remind you, dude? I'm probably gonna forget. That's why I put an alarm on. It's at 4 p.m. our time. 4 p.m. EST. Bum, 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 bum. I used to have the live edit of this somewhere. The live edit is so good. Oh, found it. Found it. Well, good to see you, Bobcat. Hope you've been well, my man. Hope it's all been good. All right, we're gonna get into Voices of the Freaking Void. I finally put it on Steam, so I don't have to boot up the launcher by finding it in a random folder in my millions of drives. Great, moved the computer to the girlfriend's place, so I'm back online. Hell yeah, welcome back online, dude. I hope the online world's been treating you well, because it's not been treating us too well. I went to Worlds twice. I went to the Shelter tour with Madion once. I saw his very first Virtual Self set in Brooklyn. And I didn't go to Second Sky, but I almost did. As in, I couldn't go because we had a family event thing happen, something crazy. So I sold my Second Sky tickets for the first Second Sky. But I did go to Secret Sky? No. Second Sky 2.0, where it was online only. I went to that one, which I guess, I don't know if that counts, but, you know, whatever, I did. And... is that it? That's it. I saw him once for Worlds, for his own, like, tour show, in a sense. And then later on, I saw him for Worlds Live 2.0, when he was at... was it Izu? I think it might have been Electric Zoo. It was one of those, somewhere here. It was a big, like, festival. Yes. But I feel like my favorite thing was seeing him for his first ever Virtual Self show. I thought that was super sick. That is the one that I enjoyed the most out of all of his sets. What the? Why is this? My VTuber! I mean me! What's What's up, Nord Princess? Good to see you. Welcome in, welcome in. Only 30 minutes of yap today. I mean, yes, but also there's a chance that we're gonna be paused here, and I'm gonna react to the Phasmo event stream, and that's gonna be another 30 minutes. So treat it as the first half of yapping. I would trade Second Scott to go to Worlds, but I did see him again at a Smile Tour, and now this year at EDC. That's awesome. I haven't seen him live since Virtual Self. Wait, which one came out first? Virtual Self or Shelter? Because I saw the Shelter tour as well. Either way, one of those were the last ones I saw. I didn't see him live for Nurture, which is maybe why I didn't hit as much, and I didn't see him for Smile. Did it? What do you say? This used to be a Dwarf Fortress stream. Do I even have that game? Honestly, Juvie, Ty, and I could have just played some Phasmo today. Just a crazy trio. But it's okay. It wouldn't be the same without Rose. The trifecta. I still see your shadows in my room. Okay. Damn, is it me or is it extra dark? The hell? What day is it? Okay, only day 23. Can I even do anything with these? Aren't all these dead? Cozy! The darkness? The spooky darkness of hell? Oh, I changed the UI, like, colors a little bit. I saw you could do that on Grimmy's stream, and I was like, what? So, that's cool, dude. That's so cool. Good to see you, Peanut. Good to see you. Oh, you know what? The hell with it. So much easier to just do this. 9 out of 10 times. Day 23. In 2 days, I think, unless they changed how it works, in 2 days, things are gonna get crazy. Actually, in a day, because it's about to be the 24th day. We're about to enter hell. For a while. This is about the point where people that are like, well, it feels like nothing happens in this game. This is where stuff really starts to happen. They really do be happening. It do look kind of extra dark out, though. I don't know if it's just because we cleaned the windows. No. It's about right. Yeah, no, that's about correct. Whoa. This guy gave a fun fact that isn't by Snowblade 103. Lady Maria's height puts her at the exact same height as Shaq. What? Is that real? What if she's in the movie? One can hope. One can hope and pray. Tier 3. No, if she has a one-liner, I'm done. I'm done. Hey. Hey, who turned out the lights? Drinking my coffee. Got coffee today, not matcha. A little bit of a change of pace. So. There are a couple things we gotta do today. We probably need to commit to the metal detector, to be honest. After we get paid for today, I think we will. So we'll do the metal detector. Is it gonna be the one big purchase? It's 300 points. We gotta go give more shrimp. We gotta deliver more shrimp to the cat girls. Eight read and writes left. Alright. Not a big deal. Not a big deal at all. So today we'll be focused on trying to get closer towards Omega Kerphus. And then we'll watch the Phasmo stream. Or I guess we'll react to it. I don't know if I can stream it, because you had to request to be a co-streamer. I'm like, well, I didn't do that. Where did I put all the human flesh? Did it despawn? It seems like I might have let it despawn. I suppose we will not be feasting. Not tonight. Not tonight, indeed. Aww. Did I really not clean up the human flesh piles? And, like, put them somewhere? Unfortunate. We finally got a knife. Maybe it's in this one? No. Pizza. No. No. Damn, quite the slow download today. Alright, let's get our tasks for the day. We got India, Sierra, and Delta. Alright. Alright, alright, alright. Go to India. We do need food if we're gonna go on that exploration journey. On that expedition. Awaken, creature. Okay. Hold on.
No.
Go. Do a crime. The hell was that? Okay. I think 59 will do. Where are my bandages? I think I have one on in here, right? What? One for safety protocol. I forgot I had all these mice. Let's put those away. Let's open another MRE. What? An armor MRE with bandages. Okay. I'm chill with that. Oh, whatever. Wait, what? Or did I just, like, placebo myself? Did I drop a bandage? Okay. Let's deposit all this. We know that the dude will eat these things, so good for him. Excellent. Alright. Let's get to work. You know, it's a rare chance. Actually, maybe not. But it's a chance nonetheless. Let's climb the radio tower. Oh, I should get a camera. Hold on. Video camera, what the hell? Polaroid would be kind of cool, actually, but we're just gonna go digital camera. This way we can, like, photograph some of the events that happen. It's a little bit more memorable. It's possible that even after we're done with, like, the story of this save, we might just continue until I get the TARDIS signal. I don't know how likely it is. I haven't looked at the percentages, but it's probably pretty rare, considering this is our 5th playthrough. And we've yet to get it in all 5 playthroughs. And in those playthroughs, man, we went ham. We went ham on the signals. So I don't know. Stay here. Because I'm gonna have stuff to deliver to him. Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Come on, please. No. Food box. Sometimes you go up here and the alien cat girl ship will appear, look at you, and then leave. It's pretty cool. Alright, let's get out of here. Man, the drone is so loud. India. What's next? Sierra. Ooh. Oh, come on. I can never remember when the pigs show up. Dude, I gotta lower the volume for myself. That's how loud this drone is. Like, I can't hear myself think, and we're far away from the facility. Or we were. I'm leaving it because we're just gonna hand everything in. Saves us some time. Hope everyone's having a good Thursday, though. Hope the Thursdays are going good. Hopefully well. Purpose, what are you doing, homie? Let me help you out, bud. Here. Let me help you out, homie. Hold on. Come on, Ben. There you go, bud. He would have been stuck there for the entire night if I didn't check. What a little dude. What a silly little guy. I'm gonna assume that was Kerfus. He's actually too fast for the pathing, man. It's crazy. La la la. La 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 la. Flashlight flickering? Sorry, that's me. Sorry about that, that's me right there. Slenderman's nearby. Dude, that'd be a cool event in this. You gotta, like, find all the, little, like, pages on the... There's so many trees! And there's trees that can kill you in this game. Is there supposed to be music? I mean, there is music, but it's very quiet. Oh, I don't know, it just stuck in my head. La 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 la. Can't get you out of my head. And by you, I mean the song. What if we got a glow stick for each and every one of these? This is where you say, Aiko, you have a problem. And I'd be like, damn, you're right. They didn't even stream today to stream her La 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 playlist. She just has a full playlist of it. I always miss, like, the beginning portions. Can't get you out of my head. Damn, poor Rose, no internet. They just be trolling her at all times, huh? Just once a week. Huh. Is that just because I'm... They're spinning, but it's like... choppy spinning. So I can't tell if it's because something happened, or... Not a lot of wind? Guess so. That can be do with the game being on Unreal, but they don't spin that choppy from afar often. I did kind of lower my render distance, I think, at one point, and I just forgot. Dude, this guy got a full night's sleep, and he's already at 60%. Stamina, waka waka, We need more drive boxes. I think Kerp is trying to get the base. Oh. Hold on, buddy. How, man? How does this happen? What are you even stuck on, man? Bro. Alright, which one is this? I don't know if he got stuck on the way down, so we can't even, like... Golf, potentially? I can't really pinpoint it from the location of the camera. That might be the base. This might be golf. That might be golf. I mean, surely it's... Dude, we gotta get the radar color thing. Is it the brownie trail? Hello? Oh! It's not the brownie trail. I want a brownie? No. You can't have one, Mr. Juby. Wonder how much that gun is to sell? I wonder how much that gun is to get my rep back up, considering I stole from them. Yeah, we got some priorities. What? Why does this always happen? Did my mouse just die? What the hell? Hey! Get out of my laboratory! Hey! Alright, bro, it's too loud. We're gonna send it out. Because I also want my deliveries. Let's drive to Delta. Let's Delta to Delta. Hold. I mean, I know how much it is to give it back to them, because I always do. Never sold it. Yeah, I never sold it either. Although, most times I never even gave it back. What the hell? I only started giving it back in the more recent playthroughs. Keep it as decoration. Well, I was afraid to pick it up in my first playthrough after I put it down and it just exploded. The entire room. Ads. Everything will pause, and we will continue after this commercial break. Yeah, I just never considered giving it back. But then I think it was last full playthrough we gave it back. I don't know why it doesn't notify me about my, like, rep. Is it debug pop-up? Is that it? Oh, that is it. Okay. I thought I had it on. Say, what does workstation appearance recolor? I don't understand. Panel desk graphics? Just this? The actual physical object? Stripes along the work desk thing. Dude, I'm getting so many AE86s on my timelines. Even on Reddit. It's funny because the JDM Reddit you wouldn't think would have that necessarily, but or is that a JDM car? Not having 86s? I feel like I never saw one until recently on this Reddit. Now they're all over the place. Like, typically it's, you know, you got Subarus of all sorts. You got, you know, all the Evos. It's the JDM car. There's a whole anime about it. Dude, that anime sucks. Come on. It's not even good. Are the ads over? The ads are over! Yep. Golf. We have to go to golf. I forgot. Our little dude is stuck somewhere. Parkour. Two weeks from now, you get initial D recommended you on YouTube or something. You end up diving into it for a week. I watched all of. I already watched it. I have like the Futo is supposed to be the A86, right? Well, I have like the normal Futo, the Futo 2.0 or whatever, and then I have the Futo GTX, which is like the drift car of GTA. The best drift car if you want to learn all that. Kerpus? Did he break out? He's not here. I don't know if he broke out or if this is even the right one. And while we're here, at long last we could do something that Joe the Lion's been mentioning for a million years. I just kept putting it off. Burger patty! No way. Bone part. He did it! Burgers! Yay! Alright, Juvie. I'm gonna make you a burger. Turns out rubber scrap, very useful. So we can replace our miserable little, tires. Did I leave the ATV? I'm so used to not having the ATV on me. I don't remember if I brought it or not. I think I left it at Delta. So hold on. That one area you made in the base. With the ovens, did you spawn those in? Or can you buy like full-fledged oven? Okay, you did. Okay, okay. So it's like, damn, it would be kind of cool. To bring an oven into the little kitchen area over here. I know you can get a portable one in a hot pot. Am I that stacked on inventory space right now? Seriously? I also want a mini microwave here. Or no, sorry, not a microwave. What was I saying? Hot pot. Mini fridge. Oh. Excellent. So where was he? There's the radio tower. Dude, it's... Alright. They don't work anyway, they're just props, hence the hot plate on top. Ah, I see. We ordered that already. Let's do hot... Portable hot plate for $3.50. Sure. Okay, we're doing our dailies. Damn, it looks good in blue, right? Oh, this is done. No! No! So wait. So wait, hold on. That's the stripes along the work desk. Oh, these! Curious. Okay. I think we do like... No. How do I want this? Lighter to darker? Maybe it starts at white. It's not that bad. Futo JTX is technically more the tofu car, but the Futo itself is based on the 11 version of the A86. Ah, I see. I see. Kind of wish I could change these colors now. I feel like I'm slowly morphing into a different favorite color. You know, it's been red for so many years. But this specific, like, cerulean blue color has been very appealing. This isn't OSRS Leagues? Oh my goodness, you're right. We gotta get on that stat. What's up, Ghost? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. I have been kind of tempted to play some RuneScape lately. Which means, as per usual, it's going to be a completely new character. I'm going to do the same exact pathing that I always do. And then I will stop either before or at the same exact point that I always do with the next new character that I make. Where's OSR's Leagues though? I heard Spaceboy talking about that all week. It's like a challenge mode, almost. It's not a good example. I was gonna say a good example would be the remixes that World of Warcraft do. They have like Legion remix, and you hyper level, but it could be a little bit more difficult. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah. It's actually really cool. Leagues and remix from WoW, they're basically like the same shebang. This module is not compatible. Why? Ah, there's our cursed child. Alright, you get to that. And please be careful. Would it be a permanent boost to your character or a new separate character? I think you have to make a new character. I'm confused. Oh, because this is radar colors. Oh, I'm stupid. I was like, what's wrong? Why isn't it working? Are you good, homie? Oh, these are all off. I mean, I'm assuming that wouldn't cause a problem, but... Hey, bud. Alright, good work. Are the voices of the void? Pretty good, pretty good. It's good. We got ourselves a portable hot pot. Oh my goodness. And we just chopped up some human flesh to create burger patties. I'm pretty hype. We're really out here. Sorry, plate. Hot plate. Yeah. We gotta go get our car back. Yo, human foot. Dude, what's wrong? What's the matter, man? I need to look something up. Gonna be honest. Uses voices of the void. Items. I'm at this point, man, where I'm kind of over it. The fuses break, and I don't know if it's my save. I don't know what the problem is, but there's gotta be an easier way. There's not. There's not an easier way. Oh my goodness. For those who aren't aware, there are little, like, coordinate towers. And you need fuses, and they can fit, I think, like 8 fuses total in each of these. And there's 0 working, they're all broken. It didn't even get struck by lightning Hey, man, what are you doing in my base? Get out. Follow me right now. What are you doing in my house? Everybody step out. It's okay, they'll step out, but we gotta go to Delta. Speaking of which, I need to enable certain things. And I keep forgetting about them. Never kill yourself, but it's Kale with a play on his lap with a burger made of human flesh, grilling on a hot plate on the arm of a couch while Orange Curve is barging in. Love that. Let us go deliver the gun and the shrimp to our alien cat girls. Our GFs. Yo. What's up? I think leagues would be a lot of fun. How long is it going for? Because I think Legion Remix were for like 3 weeks. Weeks. Okay, maybe Legion Remix went for a lot longer and I don't remember. Hey, how we doing today? Here's some shrimp for you that I totally didn't find on the floor. And here's... Save the game. And there's your gun. Alright, I'm out. Ladies. Usually, eventually hit a point where I feel lost, but then I take a short break and come back to it. Yeah, that's me with most RuneScape experiences nowadays. But the biggest problem is that it's always a new character. Soda was talking about how Vey has a very similar problem where if she plays WoW or most MMOs, most games, if they take a long enough break in between, even like a week, she'll want to start from scratch. And I'm like, that is literally, that is me to a T. It's a problem, it's bad. And this is exactly why I tend to avoid taking long breaks between playthroughs of stuff. Kind of get that? At least if it's been long enough, it's sometimes just more enjoyable to start anew. Yeah. The biggest problem and the biggest repetition of this problem is Baldur's Gate. Where I'll start a playthrough, and then we'll stop for a little bit, and then I'm gonna end up making, like, another playthrough, and then the same thing's gonna happen, and the same thing. That's why you need committed players. Although with Baldur's Gate, there are some exceptions. Like if you play once a week. Practically ruined for me because I got a friend who wanted to constantly restart the playthroughs to try a new build he saw. But... okay. That's kind of absurd because you can just do a new build anytime you want in one play. Like, you can respec as many times as you want as long as you have the money for it. That's a little psychopathic. I totally understand when it's like you want to beat the game and then you just never get to like even Act 2. I get that. That's like, oh man. I totally understand. But I have to say, so far, every person that I've played Baldur's Gate with, we made it to the end. Well, actually, not with Juvie, but that's my fault. I was burnt out. Juvie and I started playing Baldur's Gate after I did my 4th playthrough of the game. And it was Honor Mode. So, right after Honor Mode, I hopped in to play with Juvie. And that's the only, like, playthrough with someone else that we didn't finish. And we got pretty far. I was kind of just fried at that point. Honestly, Baldur's Gate is like 2 playthroughs maximum a year. And it has to be like in between. So like my most recent playthrough was with Ty and we finished in February. So I'm getting to a point where I'm down to play another playthrough, but right now I have to wait anyway. Gotta wait to verify my potential work schedule whenever that is. Goddamn slow company, I guess. I did eventually get to Act 3 on my solo, and it was fun, but then I felt burnt out from all the different playthroughs. Yeah, that, and also playing solo and having to multi-manage 4 different characters can get a little exhausting, so I totally understand. I usually prefer to play with, like, 1 additional person, because then at least, you know, we can split who maintains what characters. With Juvie, it was funny because he didn't want anyone but his own character, so I was maintaining 3 characters, and he was just doing his own character. But I actually didn't mind, because I just kind of set what I wanted for those characters, and then made them basically pack mules. Monk and Barbarian punching people so hard. Yeah, my first playthrough ever, I was, my first playthrough ever, I started as a monk, but it felt too powerful, so I made the excuse of, I'll make Shadowheart the monk. And me, I'm just gonna do, what do you call it? I became a paladin. I had a solo game and then I got tired and I couldn't go past near. Then play with others and stopped at Moonrise Towers. Yeah. It's hard. When you have a group of 4, it's a little tough to like schedule. And some people get burnt out and then you're like, well, then what? But I've gotten so like jaded by that happening that at this point, I feel like if someone quits, I would rather just take over their character or like put their character in base and then bring in like one of the camp characters, one of the you know, the real story characters. Like just giving up on the playthrough sucks. I'm not about it anymore. So, you know, whenever we start that playthrough, it feels like everyone's pretty good to go with it. Pretty committed. I hope. The human heart. Oh. This freaking emote. Yeah, you know, my Oshi's changed like 18 times in a given day. It's not true. I just like to joke that happens often. Alright, hold on. I'm pausing because I need to lock in. I don't know what the hell I want to do right now. We did just make money. Let's get GPUs. Let's get GPUs. GPUs. Let's get 2 of them. No. Let's get 1. Let's get a metal detector. Okay, we're good. Let's do those two. I miss Faye. She had some good streams, man. Oh man, tomorrow's gonna be a big day in game. Coming up. It's gonna be crazy. I mean, unless they changed it, like I said. I think this only has 2 read and writes left, so we're just gonna throw this out. You did well, Mr. Yellow floppy disk, but now we're gonna use the green one. Let's just see its read and writes, so we're, you know. 32! 32! You know what I don't understand? Why can't we just send them the floppy disk with all the hashes? And then on top of that, the zip drives have like 1,024 read and writes. Meanwhile, the hell's that? Oh. Meanwhile, the floppy disks have like 32 maximum. What is this, man? Literally just to add complexity. Well, you know what? It's doing great at being complex. Pisses me off. Pisses me off. Man. Coffee? Cheeto chicken. Coffee, Cheeto chicken. Great. Just everything that he won't eat. I want to cook the burger patties, but I want to make real burger. Burger. So I need to make beef burger buns. And to make burger buns, I need bun dough, and steps. Form a bun, put the bun on a grill, and cook at high temperature. Flour and water. Like, dude, these are so many steps here, man. You know what I'm saying? Alright, let's go. Alright, we are going to do our best. Because that's all anyone can really ask for in life, is to just do your best. I'm taking the ATV. We fixed it. I deserve to finally just relax a little bit. Although, man, is it inconvenient to constantly open and close these garage doors. Is there, like, some way to remote control these? Want to do a transformer drive-by as well? Good luck out there, Joe. Don't let the food win. You gotta win. How loud is the ATV compared to my voice? Out of curiosity. Like, can you still hear me? Because on OBS... it says the game is reaching the red bars. Meanwhile, my microphone is reaching orange. So it looks like the game is louder than I am. Close to your level. I'm gonna lower it to like here, so it can't reach. Is that better for you guys? ATV's a tad louder than you, but we can still hear you? Okay. 5 whole streams! Whoa! Holy moly! Thank you for the 5 stream streak. Bonjour. I go eat, enjoy your meal. Whatever, well, hold on. First you gotta tell me what you're eating. The game feels darker than usual. The game feels darker than black. Burger, nice, enjoy your burger. Dude, every time I see people show up in chat and they post random emotes, I'm like, I really want obscure emotes. Just stuff that no other channel has, that's just like, when you post it, it's like, what the hell? Like this is not necessarily like an obscure one, I've seen it in a couple places, but the belly rub and slap emote. I feel like the most obscure emote I've ever had was the Cheeb. And we were supposed to get an updated Cheeb for when I posted my redesign, but then I just never debuted. And now I'm just like, oh, I'm gonna post a lot of it in other places. Cheeb. Why is this log so out of place? Like, am I crazy? Why is this here? This is... I don't think this was here last time. Okay. Strange. I do like the Cheeb. I do like the Cheeb. I mean, it's more like a... It's more like Leaf's thing now. It's her brand. We're icons. We're iconic here. What a great name. You know, Juvie actually thought of that. I didn't even think of that name. That was just Juvie. One day we're like, I don't know what to call like this community. And he just the first thing he said was icons. I'm like, wait. That's actually goddamn, that's huge. Considering my characters. Yeah. What the? Old wooden box. Ball joint! Oh my god, I missed the dig last time. What do you mean? It was just here. You just said it was right there. You liar. You liar, you crook. Oh, never mind. Ball joint! Can I have these? How much storage does this have? 403? I take a bite. Let me verify. Do I still have that Google Doc open? We need 8 ball joints. We have 4. We need 4 more. Oh. Ah. Yay. Yay. Excellent. Problem is I can't take all 4 of these with me. But I want the boxes. Free storage, dude? And they're like, they're small. They don't take up a lot of space. We get like a shelf. Let's see, maybe I can deposit them. Let's try. No, I can't. We have to get this storage for the ATV. Okay, we have 8 of the ball joints, which is pretty freaking sick. We just need 2 more limb joints. And then we need the Kerfer parts, which that's fine. We'll get those. We need 5 of them. I don't know if we'll get 5 from one Kerfus, to be honest. And we need the radioactive capsule of doom. Holy moly. I feel like there's probably some around here and I haven't seen them. This place is kind of a mess. Maybe more than kinda. Could this be rubber scrap? Probably. Calculator. Oh! I literally can't see. I need to know what's in here. I can't open it, man. It's getting hot in my room again. AC on. AC 130 inbound. I know it's Thursday, but you guys got any crazy weekend plans? I need to save money right now, so I can't resubscribe to RuneScape. Otherwise, I would do leagues. That'd be kind of sick. Just do a weekend of leagues. I've just been playing GTA. Doing some GTA Online action. The hell? Home? Not really, but whatever I couldn't do last weekend because of the flu. Yeah, that does suck. That you were flu mode. Wait, are those the joints? The joints! They're there! Ugh, got him. That is fair. We might just go to the botanical garden. This is like the peak weekend to go see the cherry blossoms and they're like full bloom. This is the week. Normally you would want to go like not on a weekend because it's gonna be stacked. But it's like the only time everyone has, so I think we're gonna do that. It's gonna be cool. It's cool because nerd moment here, but these are direct descendants of the cherry blossoms that Japan shipped over to New York in like 1970 or something like that. Or maybe 18, I don't know, some point in the past. So these are real authentic cherry blossoms. They are a little bit genetically modified because I don't know how well they can survive the climate here, but essentially they're the real deal. It's actually really cool. It is really cool. I like it a lot. I like the lore. Oh! It'd be cool to see them, because you know, honestly, I've never gone to the botanical garden. I've never gone. That's not true. I guess I technically did go, but the cherry blossoms were not in bloom at that time. I did see a cherry blossom here that was about to bloom. I actually read that there's some, like, very specific Japanese trees that would, they do grow. No, wait, what am I doing? They do grow in Poland. So I was like, maybe we should plant some. It's not cherry blossoms, though. Unfortunate. I think the winters in Poland are just way too cold for like, proper cherry blossoms. Then again, you know, Japan has some pretty crazy winters as well, so I don't know. I don't even know, bro. Okay, so we now have all of the joints required. We need the radioactive capsule and the Kerfer parts. I don't know how many we get from one Kerfus, so we might actually have to buy a second one. Because this one cannot be dismantled. So we're gonna need a second Kerfus. But considering our fuses are fried at the moment, we don't really have a lot of... Let's hold on. Maybe we do have some spending cash. Let's check. I say as I just spent 60. Oh, we got 108 points. It's not enough. We'll work on it. Not enough. Okay. Cool. Let's put that away. What else do we want to put away? We don't need the axe anymore because we have the knife. I say we store the axe. Damn, this got a lot of storage, seriously. We got our water gun, we got our wrench, the metal detector, the axe. All our tools in one little thing. Sweet. Oh, God. Oh. Okay, hold on. No. It's... my vision, my peripheral vision. Alright, one by one then. Just kidding. We're gonna weeball. Oh my God. It worked like instantly. Okay, don't do that. Dude. Yo, it's so quiet. That's great. That's not how that works, but hell yeah. Wow. The silence. Now I kind of want to get a second one. Now that we know we can, like, do that. That's pretty dope. That is pretty cool. Let's do some calibrating. Do a TR check, even though we literally just drove by all of them, but nice, cool. How much is the module for a transformer? Okay, can't type. 125. Also, speaking of which, do I have funny settings on? Wait, what? Voices of the Void funny setting. Do I have to put in the console now? I know that there's a way to check. Hold on. If I type cake. Okay. We have the funny settings enabled. So I need Maxwell, Argamwell, Narpwell, Eriewell, wait. Huh? Alien. Summon alien. Okay, not real. SV cheats. I think that's all of them. Oh, maybe... Wait, what happens if I write Bingus? Okay. Cool. Cool. Alright, cool. He just types out Bingus in ASCII art. Alright. Let's get some coffee. As I sip some coffee in the IRLs. Can I, like, dice this potato out of... What? Wait, is it now? Wait, no. Phasmo. Phobia. What? Didn't I just have the webpage open? Where'd it go? Kinetic games. Phasmophobia. No, I think it... Is it now or at 4? Am I confused? Oh no, apparently it did start. Okay, I'm gonna leave it open at like 160p. Because I don't know when Phasmo itself is gonna show. But yeah, if you want the Phasmo drops, go watch it right now on Galaxy's Show Twitch channel. It's right here. If you're curious. It looks like it's gonna be a long show, so we're just kinda... I'm just gonna have it there on the side. So hold on, if I cook this potato, can I then... Setting 1, 2, 3... No, don't do that. Is this gonna cook the potato? It's cooking the potato. If you continue to advertise other streamers in the chat, I'll be forced to contact the moderators. Yeah? You and what army? Huh? This guy thinks he's gonna bring in the Guardians. Potato. Ow! I can cut the potatoes! Wait. Do I have to cook them again? Hot potato, hot potato. Yeah, be scared. Clone army, no, please. Huh. Yeah, well, I'm gonna say it. The clones are way cooler than the stormtroopers. Now what are you gonna say? That is true. Yeah. 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 The whole facility was so cool. And you wanted me to disagree? I mean, I didn't really think you would. If you disagreed with me, then you weren't really a real Star Wars fan to begin with, you know? I want to eat the potato, but if I grab it, it's gonna burn. Y'all ever just eat plain, like, hot potato? With nothing else? No salt, no, like, no main course dish, just the potato. He's living the life, man. I love baked potatoes. Yeah, no, there's nothing, no salt. I don't want to eat that. Are you kidding me? I mean, I get it. I get it. You know, I also wouldn't want to eat just plain potatoes. This guy's such a picky eater. He's gonna starve to death. Can I, like, chop him more? Wait, hold on. Maybe there's more I can make. Potato. I mean... What? Then starve. I can't make burger because I don't have this the buns. Ingredients. The brew. Put the steak on a grill. Can I just eat? You know what, man? Give me the human flesh. Cook it. Because I'm sick of this. You don't want potatoes? You're gonna eat a human flesh burger patty. Okay? I need a spatula. Flips it with my hands. French fries? Well, I don't know how to make the French fries. The potatoes won't cook. Burger patty. Raw. Ow. Ads, but I wanted to make the burger. Man. Oh, man. I'm gonna move this stream thing to the other side. Like, just freaking freak all of this. So there was a trailer for Godzilla in New York, and the Statue of Liberty, and of course, the artists took advantage of one singular frame of the entire trailer where Godzilla looks at the Statue of Liberty as if it was looking at the armpit of the Statue of Liberty. So now there's a lot of fan art that I'm sure you can guess what it might be. God damn it, man. God damn it all. Maybe I'll move this to the left, because then I can look at it better. Where are the announcements? Where's Phasmo? No tracker for Phasmo drops. I see it right there. What are you talking about? I'm at 15% already. Oh, I should probably notify Ty. Chat, I forgot to take my vitamins. They're over there to my right. Guess I'll die. The end is near. Ads are over. Okay, is this done? What do you mean burger patty raw? What? I made a sausage. How did this happen? That's fine, just cook it. Come on. I don't want it to burn. But it's not cooking. I'm so hungry, I can see flesh. Sausage raw. Dude. There you go, setting 2. Get cooking. I guess we'll starve. How long does it take to cook a sausage? Here, you want a food can? Wow, you actually ate a little bit of that. I'm surprised. Please. Oh, it's cooked. Yes. Now, if only I had a hot dog bun. Okay. Dude, I just want to put on the plate. Put on the plate! Dude, we're literally gonna die because I'm trying to put a hot dog bun on a plate. Or a hot dog on a plate. Sausage on a plate. Can't even do that. Has it cooled down? Okay. It's like we need utensils. Seriously. That's it? I get 2 bites out of the hot dog of human flesh? Are we serious? Raw steak grill. Hot dog bun beef grill knife. I'm not satisfied. How do I have flour? Flour bag for 25. Dude, this place doesn't even have a sink. Come on. Flour, water. All right. Where my... This is my impromptu sink. I'm sure it'll work out just fine. We're gonna make a burger today. If it's the last thing I do. Tomato slice, cheese slice, grill, and knife. Where am I gonna get a tomato and a cheese slice? I gotta buy those. Cheese. Tomato. Man, these ingredients are expensive. What do you mean 50 points for one? Okay. Flour. Water. I don't really want the water next to the outlet. We're gonna leave it here and move the cookbook to over here, huh? How about that? Here's our flour. Our water. Let's get our slices of cheese and tomatoes. Maybe we cook a burger patty here in a moment. Dude, I need a cutting board. This is not right. Hey, wooden cutting board. Let's go. We're really spicing up this experience here. My dude's like going crackhead mode because of all the caffeine. How much time do we have left in the day? Things are about to go crazy, so I want to... Okay, we have 12 hours. A little under 12 hours. Before everything falls apart. We should probably change the title to that. Day 23 plus. All things are about to get crazy. What's up, Malky? good, dude? Got an argument with a customer, dude. Awesome. Sounds like fun. Did you beat him? My fault. Oh. Hey, that's not as awesome. I asked him, are you blind? Oh no, Malky. Did they say yes? Whoa! That's quite the cheese. Fusion TSK would be loving that. No, he's not blind? Oh. Well then what the hell? I did with intent. I instigated it. Dude, you can't do that, man. Was it fun? Did you have a good time? Being asshole. No, then it was worth it, man. Easy. Hey, man, that's the UK. I feel like that's the most appropriate place for stuff like that to go down. Hey, I'm waiting for my delivery. I'm gonna sell these guys. I'm gonna put them into. Can I do that? We just put them in the bag, the drone bag. Well, it seems you had an eventful day at work then. Malk, you on that League's Rune OSRS grind? Tomodachi Life in my short breaks. Oh yeah, that came out today, right? How is that? Well, this is a lot more ingredients. Cheese cube. Seed pack tomato. I can grow my own tomatoes. Wait, hold on. We don't want a cheese cube. Whatever, we're doing this for immersion. So. What? What? How do I get a slice of cheese? Cook the cheese cube into slices. Cook the tomato. Well, hold on. We need to cook the bun first. This is terrible. I'm putting raw beef just... Where'd my other bun go? Steve Harvey and he fell in love with Y'shtola at first sight. What are you talking about? What? Y'shtola. Oh my goodness. Actually, maybe not that yet. Cheese cube plus. Okay. I see. My miss, man. Really? Y'shtola? No, I get that. I get that. Ow, 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 ow. Okay, burger patty next. And tomato slice. And cheese cube. Cook them up. Oh my god, we're gonna make a burger. This is crazy. Have you been playing Final Fantasy? I feel like I haven't really seen much from Final Fantasy in a hot minute. I don't know if they're cooked or not. Okay, Burns. Cheese slice. Oh, that's not what we wanted to do at all. My hot plate. Continue to cook the patty, please. No! I can't believe I'm doing all this for a burger. Actually, I can believe it. When's FanFest? Flip it! Let's see, maybe we can combine these. No, I guess we still need the patty, which is not cooking. Stop it. Burger. Oh my goodness. This is incredible. We have created our first meal. It costed a lot. It's a lot of money. Oh my god, I can never get used to this room now because it's so quiet. What? We're out of coffee again. Kinda need a pro to tell me if me putting these things into a box, a crate, would work to, like, keep things not bad, question mark? I'm sure it's fine. It's not a crate. Alright, cool. Our first fully cooked object, or meal. It's a burger. Let's see, what is next on the agenda? We kind of did all the good stuff. We do just need the radioactive thing, and then we're done with the Kerfus stuff. Well, and the Kerfus parts, but you know, that'll take a while. Damn. With all these points, I'm wondering if I should just commit to a second thing already. Mostly the silence, it's so nice. So nice and quiet. What was that? Oh, just a notebook. All just plates that look that are about to fall. Huh? Oh. I thought it was flesh in there. I was like, what? How did this happen? Is it done? Yes. Indeed it is. Alright, let's go back to this. Turn this into tier 3. It might be better to... No, I don't know. Okay, that's clearly still level 1. Oops. What is unknown? It's happening right now. I mean, the stream is happening right now. I don't know when the Phasmo thing is. Joe! Oh my god, you missed it! I made a hamburger! It was sick! I even got a cutting board. I made a hamburger! But... can I leave these here, or will these go bad? If I leave them in the crate? I kinda wanna make another one, actually, now that I think about it. What's stopping me from making another one? But also fridge? Dude, I'm not gonna go all the way up there. I'll buy a mini fridge. That's too expensive at this current time. Burger buns, tomato slice. Oh. Now we just need the burger. Does this not burn? What's up, ecological stock rag? Hey, what's up? Burger! With the flesh of a Kerfus thing. Yes. Yes. Burger. Alright, cool. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting there. The crazy stuff will begin soon. Yeah, I saw that it says cook safely, but I wasn't too sure what that implied in this case. Like, if I still leave it unattended, will it just burn the object in question? The food item or whatever? Wasn't sure. Burger, I want a burger. Then go get a burger, man. Come on. What's stopping you, huh? What's stopping you from getting a burger? Speaking of burger, I'm gonna eat this right here. Leftovers till Wednesday, Jesus. Okay. This is our last full day to really explore. Because then the nights will be spooky. We want to find Eerie. Okay, chop suey is fine. Tacos is fine, okay. Though, man, you're pretty brave with those leftovers. I'm gonna mute the music, even though you probably can't even hear it. We're gonna be listening out for certain sounds. We spawned some homies in, so we gotta find them. Why? I feel like most people don't... They don't push leftovers after, like, the second day. Or... Yeah. What? Yeah, no. Most people I know, they don't do leftovers an additional day like that. Oh, William! And here I thought I had to, like, rebuild this guy. He just went on a journey. Are you supposed to do meal prep then? I mean... I'm speaking for other people that have done that. Not me myself. Granted, we don't really meal prep. Our dinners are kind of like... one for every 2 days, right? So, like, today's dinner will be... Or yesterday's dinner, we'll eat yesterday and today. And then tomorrow... Or there's already a meal being made today for tomorrow and the day after. Potentially. Rice. I do like rice. Damn, they're nowhere in this area? No, I agree with you. I'm with you on that. I'm not about throwing stuff out. I'm all about... If there's multiple foods available, I will eat the one that was first cooked. Because I know that one's gonna get thrown away otherwise. Rose would execute me? Why? Is this Norpwell? Where you at? Yay! Our first friend! Jimmy, they look just like you. Don't waste food. Oh, I see. I would execute you too. Don't waste food. I have hair that long? Well, the old Juvie did. Back when Juvie was Renge. Now she's blonde with blue eyes. Slightly longer hair. Who is that character anyway? Oh, Crystal. The Juvioc. From Baldur's Gate. The game that we never finished. Oops. Is that the dog? No. Not the dog. Yippee. I think this music will drive me insane. Oh my god, the dog. I just understood what you meant. No, no, no. No, it is not. Is that our free room poster? It's funny, everyone asks that. No, it is the cat girls. That is actually how they look in the game. Or, canonically, that is how they look. That's the cat girls. Oh my god, I could still hear it here? Eyeball man's gonna grab us if I don't take a nap or something. Or we order coffee. Let's order coffee. We gotta be quick, because we only got about... Where is he? No, it can't be decaf. He has to be cooked on caffeine, otherwise... I don't see his eyes. Where is he? Point me in his direction. Apparently he's there somewhere. Oh, he's coming. I think he was in the kitchen. Oh, he's on the way. I don't think he'll grab me at... Are you in the kitchen? Okay, he's gone. A lot of caffeine. All right. I think we need another drive rack for the tier 3s, and we just like, I don't know. All right, let's go find the next one. We need more coffee though. Bring it with us. Oh my god, we hear it from all the way here. We want Eerie. That's the one we want. I don't remember if they make like a really loud noise or not. Like, I don't know if they play music. But we're gonna be a chef. I've only done this off stream. I've never done this on stream. But Eerie is a plush that you can acquire. And if you gave her a pencil, I think, or a pen, and a paper, she'll ask for food. And if you bring her that food, eventually she'll come to life. It's like Pinocchio. Sort of. I take a bite out of this. Speaking of food. It's very strange. I don't typically eat on stream, but I was handed. I always forget what these are. I don't know, but they're filled with spinach. Popeye would be proud of me, personally. I don't remember if we can find Eerie without... No, she's out here somewhere, I'm sure. I've been debating just lowering the... I don't know if you can, but the caffeine, like, shaking... gets a little disorienting sometimes, not gonna lie. Now, I don't remember. Let me see. Eerie. Where's she at? Okay, yes, I do think it plays music if you get close. Man, it's probably in the woods on the other side. The way it works is you can spawn them in, but they'll be anywhere in the map. Oh, did I get my drop? Well, hey, I got my drop for Phasmo. But I still want to see if they announce something crazy. Are you sick? Is the badge just for Phasmo, not for Twitch? I don't know, actually. I think it's only for Phasmo, but it has like 2 icons. Let me look. No, it's just an ID card for Phasmophobia. Guess you're gonna have to play Phasmo now, man. Okay, I know what I want to do. I need some sort of noise, but I don't want it to overshadow everything else. So there's this one song that I always play once I remember the name of the artist. I think it was this guy just disappeared. Pisses me off. I think this is the song, yes? Yes. And I just leave that softly playing in the background. This entire album was so good. But they're gone. They've poofed. They poofed in 2019. Which is when this album released. And they have no social media. On one hand, based, no social media. On the other hand, man, does it suck when you don't know what happened to this person? And there's no way to really, like, find out. I say all that, but I would totally delete, like, all socials. Just stick to Reddit and Discord. At least until Discord finally gets replaced. Probably in, like, 10 years. Oh, man. We gotta go back to base. Not enough caffeine. There are no sliders, right? No option to, like, lower the sleep, the tired rate, the rate at which we get tired. I think it's full disable or just default. Obsolete. Yeah. What? All right, we put him upstairs. Damn, I really wanted to enjoy the rest of this day, but dude, the shaking with the caffeine can be a little bit much. Dude, look how quiet it is. Oh, it's just so great. Dingus. There's an ID card and a badge, but are there badges to use in Phasmo? Yes. You can have an ID card, but you can also have a badge. There's like 2 select choices. think I can? You think I can afford a trampoline? You know exactly where to place it? No. Is it... I mean, honestly, this isn't a big deal. We can just pinpoint it. Hold on. Events. Scared of the spoilers, so let's just... Okay. Oh. Oh, can I? Do I just put... How do I... No, wrong. I've never done this before. Hey! Now you've done it. I'm working. Okay. We'll see how that goes. That'll be an interesting experience, because I've not done that ever before. Okay, but we have time. That's at, like... It's evening time. We're gonna look around still. We want to find... I guess we gotta go this way. Who discovered this without being told? I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. That is something I thought about. Like, the second playthrough, maybe, or third, I was like, what if I just put something in the way of its landing spot? What would happen to it? I didn't think about a trampoline. And then one day I saw someone attempt it, but it dodged the trampoline, basically. They didn't pinpoint it. And we're talking about how, like, it would be really funny. I think they said they read it on the wiki, though, so I'm not sure. There you go. Maxwell. Where? I mean, literally here somewhere. Oh, Maxwell! Yes! Can I turn off their music? Surely, right? Can't you? I don't know. Oh god. Maxwell! Yippee! Okay. So, we can go try to find Erie, because that's actually the goal here, is to find Erie. Does a watch tell me the time somewhere in the UI, if I get a watch? Damn, 400. Okay. We should get a watch. It's a shame we can't, like, track down these dude guys. Because Erie could be literally anywhere. Not even at the Erie zone, dude. Cheaper one that's a bit LP. There's still a couple of areas I haven't even visited in this playthrough yet. We didn't even go back to, like, the ruins. The wind is making for a very inconvenient situation. Do they stay lit? What are you sick for? Erie, where are you? I had a really funny bug on GTA yesterday. Essentially, it was raining, like pouring rain, but the rain was spawning as a set group. I don't know how to explain. Instead of being like separate rain particles, they spawned in and rained in one chunk. Constantly. I wonder if I got a clip of it. Probably not. So you just saw like 12 drops of rain in like a square falling down. I was like, what is going on? Erie, where are you? No. My next objective will be to, make a second crypto machine. Just have double the passive income. I think it'll be good. It'll be pretty good. Might be hard to make coolers at this point. We're kind of running out of scrap, but... I'm sure I can buy something to turn it into scrap, so... Turns out I do have to mute this music temporarily. This is pretty inconvenient. No way that I tried to tell you didn't, but you didn't want to listen. Instead, you were content with blowing your eardrums out. Hey, that was pretty sick. We got rid of them. Also, isn't that just metal scrap? We need electronic scrap. Eerie! No. Gavin! Where are you? Gavin! It's electronic and metal. But we have plenty of metal scrap. Yeah, and the batteries. The batteries. We've got everything we need for Omega Kerf, except for the capsule, and I don't know if one Kerfus will suffice to build one. So we might need a second Kerfus. Deconstructed. But we're pretty much set, otherwise. Bruh. I mean, maybe the lake. Let's make another burger. Out of human flesh. It's funny that the mining rig is louder here than it is when you enter that room. Let me get... Damn, we can still make more. Huge. Dude, why are you sick? Quit coughing. I think we only needed one. I keep forgetting that you only need one of these. I'm gonna put one away. Burger. Yes. Dude, it fills the... Oh, it's great. We just gotta keep making burgers, man. Alright. Pretty good. Back to work. Actually, hold on. Let's wait for the dailies, because then we get those done too. Let's do a little bit of calibration. Can't stop it. Oh, Tango. Tango down. Awaken. Get to work. Nope.
Yeah.
Go for it. Come on. Give me those dailies. Come on. Come on. Come on. Well, I got my drop at least. I haven't seen any Phasmo news yet, though. Dude, they're just spamming Phasmo in the chat. Echo Kilo November. Excellent. Let's go to Echo. Or I guess essentially what's gonna happen here is we're gonna dude, how do you even manage that? How? It's a good thing Echo is this way because we want to go towards... Oh. What was that? There was something in the skies. It's not landing yet. There was something in the sky though, I saw it. Ah, okay. It was like a UFO. Damn, I didn't think about it. I could have taken a picture. Here you go. Kilo is next. Bisha played OSRS for 18 hours yesterday. Jeez. This is why I can't commit to RuneScape on stream. I feel like it would be the same situation. Or similar enough. I did finally think of some stuff that I want to do on this playthrough. Like, the one that we already did with the trampoline, or we're working towards. But I know that Eerie is someone that you can, like, bring to life. And I want to do that for the first time ever. These are things I kind of already knew about. So they're not, like, crazy spoilers or, like, Uber Google. But I've never seen them done. Typically, every playthrough we want to do some stuff that we haven't done yet. As best as possible. Eerie can't be out of the map, right? Surely not. Oh, the blue flame. Born to be wild. Or sorry, did I say blue flame? The green flame. I do think there's something you can do with that. Never tried it, whatever it is. That one I only heard from another stream that, like, yeah, you can do something with the flame. All of the not necessarily not, like, canon related stuff, I'm not too bothered with, like, looking up. It does kind of depend on what the event is, or what you have to do. Like, finding every single tile. Can't pay me enough to not at least have some sort of help with that. Eerie! I spawned so many things! Where's Eerie? This is my least favorite place to be at night. Oh, hello. Hey, stop. Stop it. Eerie. Huh? What? Let me... Okay, goodbye. I don't actually remember what that is. I think it was like a microwave or something in the ground. Oh, is it the VCR? Oh god. I kind of wish they would emit a slight light or something here. Not gonna lie. But then it would be too easy to find. So I guess you can't get it out of the ground? The VCR? I always wondered if you could do anything with that. Because you can't dig it up. I think I even tried bringing my ATV and hooks. And just going full speed. Okay, I give up on Erie for now. The reason I'm trying so hard to get it now is because we won't have the night to explore as much for a while. That's why I also tried to slightly focus on Kerfus. Because most of the wisps cannot kill Kerfus, Omega Kerfus at least. They'll try, but I don't think they can. Not yet. Wow. This here is essentially our last little check towards TR2. Okay. Never mind. I mean, never mind times 2, because we can take the road from TR2 back to base. What's up, Cheetah King? Welcome back, welcome back. I can barely see. Maybe it's time to get some glow sticks and just light up the woods. What's up, Curve? What are you doing, homie? Come here. It's time we get some shelter. Oh, bollocks. Good work, homie. Oh boy. Things are about to get crazy. I like Grimmy's idea. I'm gonna do the same. I'm gonna just take all of these mushrooms and... I don't even know the benefit of drawing them, to be honest, but... 347 points, damn. Where do I want to put them? If only I had a table and or a desk. That might have potentially been a good spot to, I don't know, place certain objects. Yeah, if only. I don't know if she did anything. She just collects mushrooms all the time, and I don't know if there's a benefit to that. I don't know. Alright, anyways, we gotta go to Kilo. Get our daily stuff out of the way. These psychedelics? I don't know what happens if you eat them. I don't think I've ever tried. We need... That's why I came back to base. Flashlight. One way to find out. That would be correct, but I refuse. Listen, Dr. Kel's already sick. I don't even know what his problem is. Again! Wow. Another affiliate anniversary. He's sick, but not wicked. True. They should add a skateboard to this game. Yo, give me a longboard. How would it work on, like, the gravel roads? Horribly is the answer. Save here. It is funny how I went from skateboarder to like longboarder. It's because I didn't care to do tricks anymore. I just kind of liked it for the transportation after a while. Unironically, a big goal is to have a little bit more light around all of these. And I would like to upgrade them. How do you even do that? Where's like the... Huh? I know there's a transformer upgrade. I guess you put it in the server. Skateboards and a mountain bike, but I love longboards just for the cruising. Yeah. I haven't longboarded in a long time, but... What was the question? Oh, I was looking for a socket or a port for the transformers, because I know you can upgrade them. And I'm assuming it's just... It's not the console itself, but the server, right? To keep them, like, alive. To insert said upgrade. Server of the transformer? Yeah, because there's an upgrade that makes it, like, more stable, right? And I thought it would be one of those port things, like in the base. But I'm assuming you just put it into the server. It'll be easier to explain when I enter here, because maybe I'm naming things incorrectly. But the console itself doesn't have anything of the sort. So I assume you kind of just put it here somewhere. Wait, what is this? Oh, maybe you put it in here? Oh, it might be right there. That's where you put the upgrade. Satellite's not transformer. Oh, yeah, yeah. Right. Yes. You know a good way to get the smell of grass off of your body? That's a tough one. I mean, just showering, really. You mowing the lawn? Oh, gas. Tough one. Probably also just showering and putting your clothes in the washer. Oh god. Got covered in it. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That is highly unfortunate. I know that all too well. I actually consider just showering in the morning today. My nose gets extremely irritated from it. Yeah, yeah. No, I feel that. I actually like the smell of gasoline, but yeah, it does get irritable after a while. It's a very strong scent. Just gotta get a change of clothes. Spray paint too, yeah. It's odd, but man, the scents could be pretty good sometimes. Is that it? The show's over? I didn't even see anything Phasmo related. I guess I just missed it. I don't know. Alright, let's get our drives. Candy Pink Mountain Low Pressure 94 cans. That are the best smelling paint ever. I don't know the specific names, but there are definitely certain cans. I used to spray paint a lot as a kid. We would buy it so often. And they had some really good smell. And we were always told to wear a mask, and I was like, I really don't want to because it smells so good, but, you know. You don't want to inhale those fumes that much. What a great setup. This is great. I feel cozy in this kitchen now, more than like everywhere else in this facility. Man, we haven't pinged in a long time. What? Wasn't there a way to clear it? Clear. Montana is one of the main brands. 94 is their low pressure range for art, and the candy pink is like spray paint, bubble gum, and cotton candy. What? Hello? Am I insane? What? Hello? Dude, I heard something like it opened the. I think I'm going insane. Yo, Enchanted Bunny, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. Alright, cool. I think we're running out of signals here, by the way. Thank you also for the follow, I appreciate that. Welcome in. God, we have 2 signals. I don't even know these are tier 3. It's bleak. Because things are about to get spooky. I think the stream is done, right? I don't need this open anymore. Everyone's just like, it's not in my inventory. Is that event back? You think it's just a random event? Where it, like, messes with the keypad? I thought that was the event where they're either gonna do the... What do you call it? I thought it was gonna be either the prank, where, you know, they launch the alien at you, or it was going to be the... brownies. It's so silent. Oh my god. Let's buy 2 GPUs. Oh, we're tired. We're no longer tired. 2 GPUs. Back in like 06 or .0 or okay, let's try again. 0.6. An event where you'd hear someone type in a passcode and get it wrong, but I've never heard of it being back. Huh. Well, I know some stuff is back. Because they removed the old Ariral, please. But I think it's back, right? You can actually request that they show up. I don't know if they actually show up, though. Range for art, and the candy pink is like spray paint, bubblegum, and cotton candy. Aha! Aha! I wasn't crazy! I knew it! I knew it! Oh my god, juice of sour! Damn! The second to get. Where in the world are you? Umu Yumu. Juice of Sour joins the lore master on Discord. Look at that. Crazy. Congratulations, man. I really thought that this would be an overkill reward because it took people like the entirety of a year to even like get the previous ones, and the previous ones were like, it wasn't even 450. I think the one from last year was 400k. This is 100,000 points more. Damn. Congrats. I still haven't chosen stuff for the badge. Kind of want to make my own. Yeah, you're more than welcome to. You could still pick any sort of color, unless you're happy with the one you have. The color I would prefer to be within the theme of, like, you know, the palette that I say that one time, but it doesn't have to be. Any more metal scrap. It's more a preference, so that everything's within a color scheme in the Discord. I was like, am I really out of metal scrap? Just after I said we're like completely fine on metal scrap. Okay, I thought we have like a lot of inventory, and then it's gonna be a problem, but it's not a bad. That's not bad at all. Oh god, look at my flashlight battery amount. Buh. I'm cooking another burger patty. Time for another burger. Yeah, now he's living the life, dude. Have to go to work? Well, have a good day at work. I hope it's fast and furious. Maybe not furious, just fast. I think I'm going crazy. Like, I'm hearing doors open. Later, man. Good luck out there. Burger bones. Patty. Burger. Eating unknown flesh. Oh boy, 5 a.m. Of course. How are the CRs doing? Is there one even remaining? There is. CR3, the lone wolf. Still at that one final fuse. Impressive. Truly. I really don't want the day to end because I'm trying to do as much as I can while I still have the time. But we're kind of running out of fuel here. I suppose we can try. I don't remember where the radioactive capsule is now. I thought you can see it out in the open, but I guess not. How much was the hazmat suit? If it's 400, we'll get it. $300, even better. Let's keep it on us. Really? Damn. All right. Pretty cool, actually. I like that. I'm immersed. Maxwell, wish me luck. It's time for me to explore. Did ads already play? It's not showing for me. I think they did play. All right, let's go. You should be able, you might be looking in the wrong spot. Okay, I have a, this is, you can answer this. Did it used to be at the gravel pit next to TR2? I can close the stream now, right? Just get it out of here. Where it is now isn't gravel. You know, it's funny. I feel like I did find it last time, not by the gravel pit. I don't know if I remember Alfina finding it somewhere else. It's such a vivid memory because they play it so late at night that I'm like, I'm malfunctioning, you know? Like, at that point, I'm falling asleep, and she's calling a cab while I'm having a smoke. Where the hell am I? And I'm taking a drag. Touching his chest now. He takes off her dress now, letting me go. I just can't look. It's killing me and taking control. Jealousy turning sates into the sea. Burger? Burger! Oh, God. Who this guy? I think that's it. Yes, it is. Big find. Okay. All that remains now are the Kerfer parts, and we will have Omega Kerfer. Just in time for Hell to rise. Is there a beekeeper suit? I bet there is. That'd be cool. Ooh, we should make like a farm and like a little bee farm area too. Now I'm getting ideas. Now that I've kind of like done everything that I wanted aside from the TARDIS signal, I'm starting to think of stuff that we can do. It looks so weird, dude. I believe it's time that we begin the operation. The real question here is, what matters? So you have to ask yourself the question, what matters? My cup. Who done did that? Kirpus, my friend. Let's see. What needs the radioactive capsule? It is the pelvis. We will be doing the pelvis first, so I don't have to wear this forever. My friend Kirpus, you are about to get enhanced. It's gonna be crazy. Let's put you on the operation table, buddy. This is gonna hurt so bad. Okay. We need one plastic. One plastic. We need one metal. We need one electronic. I think we're gonna need another Kirpus. We need one Kerfer part. I think I need a wrench for that, right? Oh, no, no, no. No, no, no. You do not want to be awake for this. Applies anesthetic. How do I take him apart again? No, 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 no. You need to be asleep for this, okay? Applies more anesthetic. I don't know how to take him apart. Oh, just put him on the workbench? Kerfer parts plus. Correct, right? Well, it's gonna be multiple parts. What? Dude. I've had it up to here with you guys. I am currently doing a crazy operation. You have got to go. Alright? This is no time for your trolling. Things are about to get crazy. Okay. And the radioactive capsule. What am I missing? What? Plastic, metal, electronic, cover part. Oh, I probably need the book. Curvo pelvis. There it is. Okay. We need 5 Kerfer parts. We only have 2 more, so let's keep that in mind. Next, let us make the torso, which requires 3 plastic, 1 metal, 2 electronic, just to verify, the camera. Oh. Curvo chest. And then we will do the AI module. 2 plastic. 1 metal. 2 electronic. 1 glass. For the Curve O head. Oh my goodness. Okay, I don't think we can actually make the rest until I get more Curve parts. So. Let's see if our real cool manual or our very cool crypto farmer has some points for us, because I think we need to get a 500 point Kerfus, and we only have 262 points. That is not enough. We need 100 more points. Okay. Wondering if there's anything I could sell, but not really. I mean, some of this trash we could sell, I guess, but... I could start selling the MREs. I'm just gonna make burgers from now on. I mean, eventually it's gonna be like, where's the beef? God, there's 20 more here. God, 50 cracker packs. Like, dude. All right. Final stretch of the operation. It's gonna get a little spooky here. But we got this. I don't even need the hazmat suit anymore, but I'm keeping it equipped. I wonder if they would buy these solid concrete. Come on. Show me the money. Show me the money. Yes. Kerfer Blue. Damn, that was 729 points. Impressive. What if I just sold one of these trash containers without taking the stuff out? Would it just give me the money for everything that's in there? We actually have enough for that mini fridge now. I wonder if you could. I do too, but I also don't want to try it because some of that scrap might still be useful. Why is still hazmat? It's for dramatic effect. You know, I gotta finish the operation. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Kerfer parts plus. And now, let me just do this so I know these are done. We need the arms. Which is 4 plastic scrap. You know, just if you don't mind just waiting here. You know what, let's just... Okay. 2 metal scrap. What time is it? Can we get this done before? Yes, yes, yes. 1 electronic scrap. And 4 balls. And 2 limbs. Excuse me if you just don't mind. Kerfo Arm Plus. Oh my god. Make it green. Subwin XP, you've come at the right time. It's about to happen. With our final joints that we cannot smoke. Truly a tragedy. And 4 plastic scrap. Two metal scrap. Man, it's loud out there. Trying to make this as, you know, dramatic as possible is really helping. 2 electronic scrap. Kerfo Leg Plus. And now, ladies and gentlemen, all that remains. Assembling the Kerfo parts. Kerfo no color. What? Kerfo no color. Oh, oh, oh. Kerfo red. Activate. And at long last, I can take this off. Dude!
Yeah.
We did it, Kerfus. We did it. So you can fix servers, get reports, fix transformers, take object. Follow me, Kerfus. Let's get you some.
Yeah.
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 Dude, that's exactly why I always like that's the same thing that I thought at first. I'm like, dude, they're just in a red and white Adidas tracksuit. I mean, also just because red. I do like the blue one, though. I do like the blue one. Hell yeah. Kerfus. Yes, Shirquan, we finally did it. It's finally here! Great, now we're dying. Kerfus, the time is coming. The reckoning. And you will be doing a lot of work. Make another one? Yes, that is planned. Here, bud. Idle around. Do your thing. So out of curiosity, really quick. I can't buy a radioactive capsule still? Even though I got one. Green? No, it'd have to be blue. I'm not quite a color green fan. Although I guess it would make sense to make... Can I even make it green? No, I actually can't even make it green. Blue, pink, red, and orange. But I can't use orange. Unrelated game file stuff? Sure. Yeah, let's see, that's the crazy guy. He's a little out of his mind. He's our special little guy. Hey, where do you even patrol? I'm so curious. Where is he gonna? Please don't go to the basement. Okay, good. Furniture. Now we gotta bring Eerie into here. Wow, it feels nice to not be alone. Alright, let's make some human flesh burgers. Okay, the footsteps are gonna be a little bit spooky at first. That's for sure. Yo, Kerfus, you want a human flesh burger? I don't even think it's a human flesh burger. I don't really know what it is. It's some sort of flesh from a Kerfus that we killed. Am I have tomato what? Slices? Oh man, we gotta order some tomatoes. I think we might grow our own once I figure out how to do that. No, you don't gotta go out there. That's a bad idea, homie. Come on. Yeah, we're not doing that, man. No. No, Kerfus, you cannot go out there. In like 3 hours, things are gonna fall apart. In like 5 hours, things are gonna fall apart. Turns out you can burn the burgers, guys. No. No. I don't know what happened to the rest of the flesh. I'm gonna be so honest. I'm not sure. You think he'll... Kerfus? Okay, you know, this whole patrolling thing might not work out. Now I feel like a parent. Oh, wow, that's... Yeah, it's great. Oh, I could still make a burger. What? That's totally fine. I'm all for that. personally. I don't know about you guys. It still formed the perfect burger. Where did the mushroom go? Hey, man. Where's the mushroom? What is this? Pain. Misery. Alright, next objective. Fill up that machine with all of the GPUs. Maybe they didn't despawn because they were inside of like an object, the mushrooms. I don't know. Kerfus, buddy. You can go out later, alright? This one you have to trust me on. It's gonna get crazy. Alright? Alright, well. Excellent. We are done with the first Omega Kerfus. The first. I do intend on trying to make okay, a second one at some point. Wait, no. What have I done? Why did I do this? But we got some other priorities, like a second crypto miner, so we make more cash money bling. Good stuff. Stay here. Stay here, bud. Now, if only my man would be able to do something about these CRs, that would be great. Is there any point in SV pinging? I don't think so. Alright, man, I'm gonna use fix servers. Oh, he's zooming. Me, as I told him, no, Kerfus, don't go out there right now. It's okay, there's still time. We can send them both out temporarily. Alright, you. Let's go. You fix the servers. Oh my god. Be free! What's up, Spiza? Dude, Spiza, what's up, man? How's it going? Oh, look at him go. Oh, look at him go. He's a little bit less optimal, but that's okay. He's got the speed and the... He's got the spirit. He's got the spirit, guys. He's already done. He's actually just already done. I thought, like, more servers were down, so it would make sense to send out 2, but that's okay. Italy, nice. Actually, it's funny. I was thinking, because I'm trying to plan out a Japan trip. I was wondering to myself, like, what would be the most financially smart decision in terms of places to stay without being like, without suffering. Okay. I guess the Transformers are fine. Does he only fix them when they're like... I guess he only goes when they're broken. When they're like shut down. Nice seeing you as well. Do not enter. Where are you going? Where are you going? Who made your model? It is a... How did... Wait, what? Huh? Okay. I need to sneeze. Nice. I got my model off of Kofi. The model maker themselves was already like, this is a pre-made. I didn't commission it or anything. If you scroll down in the panels, there should be a link to the model maker. Depends what you consider as suffering. You can still find hotel rooms for relatively cheap. I think those little hole things, the one that you went to, I don't know if I could. Maybe I could, I don't know. That's cool you're in Italy. I hope you're enjoying it. It's nice? Hell yeah, you can find this. You can make your own iteration of whatever with this model. Oh, we never, like... Italy, dope. I'm waiting to hear back about when I start working. And then I'm gonna start saving after I pay off some of my debt. I'm gonna pre-plan to go to Japan, whether it's alone or with the homies. Probably ideally alone. It's just easier. Alright, Kerpus, I'm going to bed. You keep... Wait, hold on, what time is it? Alright, Kerpus, I'm going to bed for approximately... I don't know. Long enough. What's that thing? That's my man Kerpus. In their enhanced form. Okay, I can see the time, sort of. 12. We're gonna wake up before 3. Because we want to see if this thing works. Okay, I think it's 1. Bruh. Oh god. Bruh. Oh, what's up, Vesper? Welcome in, homie. Yo, what's good? Vesper? In the flesh? I need like a... I need to place something like closer so I can see the time better. It's a little hard to see at the moment. Howdy, howdy, welcome in. Thanks for having me. Hey, no problem, man. Have a good rest of your day. To go to work now. Hey, I hope it is a fast and easy to work with day. Damn, after all those burgers, he actually still ate. He still decided he'll eat. What is that? What is that? Now I'm just seeing things. I was right, I'm just seeing things. I know you do your rounds, but I didn't expect you here. Yeah, usually I see you... Well, honestly, I only really see you in Grimmy's stream, but that is the only one that I really watch. I still don't know what to do with solid concrete. Huh? Hit it! Italy's been good, but I am missing the modernness of NA. Have one last working stint in Sicily, and then I'm going back home. Really? Is it not that nice? If digging in the dirt was fast and simple, I'd love it. Oh, man. Yeah. I have a question, Vesper. Now that I actually have you here. For the one rare occasion. Was it you that made this and the soundproofing, or did Grimmy actually do that? I'm curious because I know I think it was you that gave her the world file or whatever with the I haven't seen that in action. Yeah, look at this. It's so quiet. It's actually louder underneath than I mean, I guess you can hear it here, but I suggested it to noise because it gave me a headache once. Oh, nose. I was gonna say, that is genius. Thank God. Because I want to make multiple of those, and it's so exhausting having to hear it. Everything is old, which obviously it is, but I wasn't expecting it to be everywhere. What, old? I guess that's a fair point. Also quite a common complaint about them. I'm loving this so far. My only thing is, man, the fuses hate me in this patch. They hate me so bad. Yeah. They hate me so bad since day one. We're almost here. We did make them craftable and cheap. That is true, yeah. The crafting's... The fact that I can get metal scrap, like a full metal scrap out of them, is fantastic. It makes sense. That's why you find a new room for the rig. True. Even the mirrors, dude, I can't escape the old. I kind of like that, though. Oh, that's right. I went to the mines during patch... Which one was it, guys? Was it 0.5 or 6? In any case, there wasn't much except for coal. And I got lost and died. And then I never went back because I'm like, guys, I'm scared. Still need to prep, but they're easier to get around. Hell yeah. Not 0.8? No. No. It was like an earlier version because all we had was we fell down a pit, I lost my hook somewhere, and honestly, that's all I really remember. What? Oops. We've been playing this game for a long time. I'm like obsessed. It's like twice a year I do a full playthrough. But I usually just wait for the major patches now because I'm like, I've done so much. I've done so much and yet I've done so little. Right, I'm kind of just waiting for the impending doom. Well, what I'm actually doing for the first time is the trampoline. I really want to see what happens, and I really hope I pinpointed it correctly. Right now we're trying to figure out what keeps eating performance is driving Nosy and myself insane. I feel like it's been good, but like, I feel like it's always the pathing, you know? You know when like, these guys can't figure out how to get into the facility? So they start hugging like this staircase? That tends to always be it, and then I save and it fixes. But I feel like that would be a common tested thing already, commonly tested, so I'm not sure. That's just what it always feels like, but then when I save it, all the problems go away. So far, at least. That's just Unreal pathing. The compile process looks to go. So I know you set the pathing manually, but what if we just calculated it differently? Ah, I see. Half my performance issues are in my sandbox game with 1,000 3D prints. I mean, really, we haven't had a lot of performance problems. My game did crash twice, but that was like early. That was the first week of the game, I think, or second. And it hasn't happened since. Testing an engine, pathing is fine. Compile and go into game. Suddenly Kerper is ramming into a pole for no reason. While this little guy over here loves to get stuck in the little, like, fences of the satellites. It's hilarious. I mean, they weren't straight up crashes. The game just froze. Like, the audio was still going, but the game froze. So, I mean, yeah, it was a crash, but, like, it didn't close. The audio just kept going. He is actually just too fast, yeah. It was funny, we were trying to, like, the original red Kerfus we had, I was trying to race them and see just how fast he is, and I couldn't even outpace him. He was smacking into me. I'm glad you're planning Japan. I'm going back for a year in October, November. When do you plan to go? I mean, not this year, probably next year. It's tough right now, because I need to land this jobbery due, and then if I get that, then I'm gonna save, I gotta pay off my loans, and then I will go to Japan. And I think it'll be really cool. But I'd like, the thing is, I'd want to go for like 3 weeks. I feel like 2 weeks is too little, and then 1 week is just way too little. DX12 support in this update, people have seen some noticeable boosts in performance of that. I don't even, is that enabled by default? I assume that's a main menu thing. It's not by default? Okay, I should check that out then. Granted, yeah, I really haven't had too many problems. Oh no, it isn't, okay. Settings, graphic is advanced. Oh, wait. Oh, I see. Should I set it to 2? Set it to 1. Restart the game to apply. Goodbye, Kerfus. Forever. Whoa. Oh, wait. Did I not save? I swear I saved. Did I hit F5? That's okay. It auto-saved like a moment ago. I've literally been pacing in circles because I'm just waiting for it to crash. You know, the thing is coming. Today's the day. Oh boy. Vesper, what can I do to potentially have a way Because I play at 50% day speed, and my man Dr. Kell really likes to be tired for longer than the day lasts. What can I do aside from making him overdose on caffeine? He gets hungry so often. The settings have a trade-off? Gotcha. Okay. How far along did I save? We just looked at the trampoline. Naps? Gotcha, okay. Gotcha. Okay. We're good. Do a flip? Do not do a flip. Test. DX12! Yes. RHI DX12. Hell yeah. Sick! We really gotta... I mean, we're making so much passive income because of the... What jobs are you interested in? I mean, I want to do IT-related stuff. My thing is all, like, cybersecurity. That's what I'm studying at the moment, because I made a return to university recently, and I'm working towards cybersecurity. I'm interested in, like, computer forensics, stuff like that. But we'll see if I can land a job like that. It's kind of tough these days. For now, I'm just working an IT position, or am going to start soon, an IT position at a bank, which is, I think it'll be cool. I think it'll be cool. There's just a lot to learn, man, you know? It's a better direction going in for IT, yeah. It's spooky. IT technical specialist is just mentally taxing. I have heard atrocious things about, yeah. Right now, I'm just gonna be like help desk, basically. Help desk position, but I think I should be done with my degree by the time I'm about a year and a half in. Ish. I'll stay for another half a year after that. That's 2 years of experience. Also, what's up, some dude? Welcome in, welcome in. Got a bachelor's in computer science. Now I work in broadcast. Oh, damn, nice. I mean, nice, but damn. I have to sit on a roof for hours, but luckily the sound's going down. I have to sit on a roof for hours? That doesn't sound fun. My sincerest condolences for that. Hey! Stop it! I'm gonna lock you in again. You wanna go in too, bud? I tried to theorize, like, what would happen if I just didn't mess with them, and then I realized that probably nothing's gonna happen. Instead, I'm gonna get followed by, like, 8 of them at once. I'm, like, turning a hobby enjoyment into a job, especially with some of the people I had to deal with. Corpo IT is just not great. That's my fear. It is kind of a hobby for me, but I'm kind of, like, elevating it from... My hobby is really just hardware. So if I'm gonna do IT, I might as well... Hey, wait, what happened to our... Huh? Sorry, one moment. Oh, here's the coal. I was like, where did my coal bin go? I wasn't saying, yeah, I like hardware and software, or hardware as a hobby. So that's what I'd rather keep to myself to do as like a fun thing. And then, you know, the IT stuff can be, or the cybersecurity stuff can be the actual job, which I hear is pretty fun in general, but, you know, I feel like fun is a relative term. I feel like people have many different preferences and definitions as to what fun is to them. What are they doing up there? Stop! I'm trying to clean! Damn, it won't take the coal. Alright. Fair enough. We can leave the big coal. Oh, my bad. Nope, no. But yeah, that's fair. That is very fair. I did real estate, and that was my thing where I finally realized that I'm not built for that stuff, man. I'm just not. I'm not built for it. My reality check, and it's like, alright, time to find a different career. Do not enter. You can't tell me what to do. I can't read. I can't read. Degrees really just give you a starting point. Opportunities come and go in all directions. Yeah, I have friends who will probably end up, you know, hooking me up with better positions later, but they did kind of say that having a degree is a good start. That's mostly why I'm working towards it. But like, you know, the thing with IT and cybersecurity and computer science is you need certificates on top of your degree. You can't just have the degree and be like, oh, I'm gonna land the easiest jobs. No. You need certs. You kind of just need them. Unfortunately, that's just how the world works. But it's like something where 500,000 people have Network Plus and 500,000 people have Security Plus or something like that, but only 50,000 people have both. I plan to get both. India again. I'm not gonna send Kerfus out. Oh, it's about to happen. Oh, it's about to happen. Get your cameras, chat. It's coming! You sure? Isn't it at like... Where's my trampoline? Oh, here. I thought it was like... Day 25 at like 3 p.m. Or am I wrong? I guess I don't remember the time, but I know it's day 25. It should have been done that, but it pays well since it hasn't been taken over by AI. AI is rough, man. AI is rough. I told you! I told you! Oh god, I missed the trampoline! I missed! Damn it! Go again, go again. Go again, go again, go again, go again. No, we could do this. Come on, we could do this. Go again, go again. When did I save? Woke me up? Hey, good morning. Dude, voices, the like perfect game to be relaxing, and then all of a sudden you're wide awake. In the last month, we've moved completely to implementing almost everything using AI tools. That's depressing. That's so sad. I mean, as like a tool to, I don't know, make things easier, but not necessarily like just skip every step. I don't know, maybe AI art is also morally questionable. When did I save? 1750, 3 minutes ago. We got this, we got this, we got this, we got this. Okay, so it has to shift over to the left a little bit. Boing. No. What's up, Miser Knock? My job's... The hell? My job's pushing to integrate AI into our workload a certain percentage every quarter. So I'm having AI loop, trying to figure out how to uninstall AI and stick it in a corner off the screen. Yeah. Yeah. This seems about right, right? That's okay, we got this. I gotta buy that watch. You know what? We have 959 points. It's time to get that watch. It's actually... It's literally on the way, though. There's no time. I'm not sure I've ever actually seen this thing land. Granted, you know, once it does land, everything around it explodes. Come on, guys! Come on over! We're gonna watch this crazy show. Now it's raining like crazy. Is that it right there? Stop that. Oh my god, you're right, it is from the console. Incoming! I missed. Wait, let me go. What is happening? Dr. Kettle, no! Kurfus, run! Save yourself! Huh. Okay. We got it this time for sure, right? I have the funny setting on, right? I'm just missing. No, we do, because we have the dude guys around. The dude guys. Hold on. What did I miss? Surely that means your job is easier and isn't actually just a temporary thing until they can entirely replace you with AI. Surely, right? Oh, easy eggs. I like egg too. Honestly, that whole crew Alfina, Easy Eggs. Goated streamers. Granted, they all play Voices of the Voids, which is why I really... I have my biases. I have my biases. I think Poke's been playing Voices again, right? We did have a massive layoff this month. That's sad. Has he? I think he started again, but I don't know if he's still going. Because he goes through... He just went through his, like, obsessive WoW phase. Damn it, dude. This is like Ace Ventura with the Slinky. It's almost there, but it's just a little bit too far. Is it like right here? How am I missing this? Is it on the rock? There's no way. Yippee! I was like right here. Come on, we got this. We got this. Damn, I thought we, like, pinpointed it by coordinates. There she blows! Yes! Yes, we did it! We even got an achievement for that! Hey! Let's go! And now, canonically, in this story, Dr. Kell has no idea what's gonna happen. He might be wondering, well, why in the world did he put a trampoline here? I don't know. Now when the wisps show up, he's just gonna die. He won't have a clue. Does that thing ever come back? I'm gonna be honest, I thought it was just gonna, like, land on the side. But I guess it makes sense that it gets returned to center. It goes somewhere. Yeah. True. Get out of my laboratory. Excellent. We did it. Kerfus, everything is A-okay. And by A-okay, I mean... it's all gonna fall apart. No longer will be safe at night. We're gonna need 1,000,000 fuses. I'm gonna buy that watch. Yoink! Pings off towards the lake and end of the map. We have to speed up this radar a little bit. But I want to, what do I want to do? I think processing speed... Uh-oh. Surely it'll be okay. It's gonna suck when you dig up the same watch later. No, it won't. Okay? There's nothing wrong with having a collection of watches. Okay, we did that. Excellent. Amazing. Fantastic. Tremendous. Let's buy another GPU. And then I think we're gonna. I want to get the pickaxe, especially if we can just get iron from the mine now. That's huge. As tradition. Our first picture will always be a boy, Curvis. Yeah! What was that? Sound like a dog. Delta. Go. Do a crime. Okay. Curvis, that's not the crime I meant. You get the image in your game folder? I don't know if I've ever exported it. He did vandalism. Is it vandalism if it's his property? Like, technically, we share this property. We're like roommates. Yeah, I don't think I've ever exported the photos, to be honest. Oh, we should get a printer, that'd be cool. Alright, so where does it go? I'll check for you right now. App data. Good night, Spiza, good to see you, man. Good to see you, homie. So I'm like ADHD'd because I was waiting for this event to go down. Voices of the Void. Saved. Oh, it should be in the installed game folder. Content? Binaries? Can't I just, hold on, can't I open it from here? Isn't there a screenshots folder? Or a photos folder? Assets folder. Jumbo huge. Where did that open? Here it is. He's looking for saved photos. Yeah, the camera photos. I mean, it was an app data like I thought. Should be in the folder for the version of Voices of the Void, but what's the structure like for your Voices of the Void? Well, I have the launcher, and then I have the portable. I assume it would be in the portable, not in the portable folder, in the game files here, right? Photos. I found it. Yeah, it looks fine. Looks fine to me. Damn, you have yours? Yeah. Yeah. It do be existing. So maybe it's just how you... I don't know. I'm not sure. Something with my install means the photos never export. Something to do with how it's installed on my system. It was installed from new, forcing the right style path as everyone else. I am not sure. On that one, my good friend. What I am sure about is that we're out of metal scrap. Oh boy. Wait, this might be salvageable. How did... Ah. Never mind, carry on. My wayward son. Where did I put that singular... Where did I put it? The one little, like, piece of metal scrap. Huh. Who dat? Stop it. I'm trying to work. Where did I put it, dude? Hey. Dude, you're really pushing it, man. You're really pushing it. What is this? I'm not a zoo. Stop it. I feel like a zoo animal that you just follow me around. Stop it. There's no way I have no metal scrap left. What's up, Kerfus? Can you handle the dudes? Real quick. Metal chunk. Now I'm second guessing myself. I mean, I found it in the Voices of the Void game files, videos, no editor, Voices of the Void photos. But that's from the launcher, and I do have it in a custom location. So I don't know if that affects it. God damn it. These guys, man. It's my fault. I left the place open. Alright, you lot, follow me. This way. What's that? Crack. It sure is a good thing that we don't have fuses. So I don't have to deal with them all dying again. Where are these guys? Hey, that's it. I've had enough. Last time... Last time we just put these guys in the incinerator. This time, you're going to jail. You're going to double jail. I don't know where your friend is, but he's gonna have to deal with the fact that you guys are in double jail. Yeah, that's right. I put your friends in double jail. Okay, this is morally questionable, even though I've already locked them up in double jail. I'm gonna leave them alone. Why you make it a different behavior is confusing. It is a little confusing, actually, you're right. I didn't even think about it because I don't look at the assets folder too often. I should, though. Because there's so much more you can do. In the photos being saved life-based, like the only photos, the ones from that kill's life. Poo folder? What are you talking about? What? Why do I believe you? Oh! I know what we were doing. I know what we were doing. I know what we were doing. We'll make a burger, a human flesh burger in a moment, but... there might be a storm, that might suck, but I have a plan. We need to find Erie. Or Erie. Let's see, where didn't I check yet? Might be a little bit harder, considering... Huh. When did I save? Okay, a lightning strike happened. And I'm assuming it was on the coordinate tower thing. I can't close it. I was wondering what you were staring at. No, that's the game just, it froze-ed. That was something to do with the lightning strike, though. Because I saw the flash, and then the game froze and crashed. I don't really know what causes that. Oh my god, there is a poop folder. I think I saved the moment I stepped out of the base. To be fair, that's our first crash in like 15 days. I think 2 of them were related to thunder or lightning striking one of the towers. I'm not sure why. That I do not know. I do not know. I do not know. Oh god, my back. I'm so old. The storm is gone. We're gonna leave all of that to do its loud noise, because we're gonna go find Erie. Some odd bug with lightning and hitting objects causes a crash. It was random and no clear cause for it. Yeah, I think it's only happened the 2 times, and like I said, it's been like 15 days since our initial, or our last crash. Lightning and the thunder. It's really cool to see you though, Vesper. It's really cool. It's cool to see game devs show up to streams. I am, obsessed. Maybe not as much as other people, but I am quite obsessed with this game. This is my 5th, like, full playthrough of the game on stream. I try to do something different every playthrough. And I couldn't really figure out what to do in this one, because we've done most of the secret stuff and, like, the player caused events. But my big one that I really want to do in this playthrough is the TARDIS. I'm trying so hard. Cause I've tried for 5 playthroughs basically, but it's just, you know, once we finished the story in most of those playthroughs, we kind of just moved on. But I think this time we'll commit even after the story's done. I gotta see that TARDIS. What is that? That's a rock. That's not a boulder. It's a rock. I mean, it has to be within the bounds of the fences. God, not the bees. Please. Not them again. Well. I know that it plays a song. I'm gonna mute the very quiet music that was... I don't even know if you guys could hear it. Wait. How is it 6 p.m. already? What? Dude, I feel like we've accomplished nothing today. I guess that's the other thing. We do play on 50% speed. And that's why I feel like we accomplished so little. I mean, we got like 3 days in. We started at day 23. We did the full day 24, almost 25 now. But I like it a lot more. Because we don't finish the story as fast. I wonder if I have to respawn it. You bounced the obelisk away? I mean, to be fair, we did find quite a few things today. We did reset the save, so we might actually have to call it again. I forgot. True, we did get Kerfo. Okay, fine. We did pretty well today. Hey, who turned off the lights? And we made human flesh burgers. Or Kerfo, or abandoned Kerfus flesh burgers. I hope there's no noticeable side effects. That's the. I did say that was one of the goals, to do some cooking, and we did it. We did cook. Actually, no, I don't think it's gonna despawn because the other two are in our base. But I think it's because we interacted with those two. Like, we got the achievements, so they stay. And now it's gonna get dark again, and then there's gonna be the wisps, so we can't... Eerie, I'm sorry, you're just sitting somewhere here in the dark. For the second night. Huh. Gotta be a little careful with those. Eerie well. She is currently active. Okay. Kerfus, I'm going back out. See you soon. Okay. We haven't checked near the tile, the green box, so let's go towards there. Could Eeriewell spawn in the water? You know, I never really thought about that. It's probably a thing that could happen. But I feel like we've pretty much followed the river from beginning to end, and we didn't hear any music, so... We got this. We got this right here. Do not be hungry at this current moment, please. We have priorities, like listening for music and avoiding bees. Oh. This is rep, right? No? Maybe I have to be closer? They disappeared. I think you do get rep for taking pictures of those, though. Or maybe it's minus. They're like, hey, what do you think you're doing? I nearly expect minus. But what if they're like, oh yeah, he likes our cars. This nerd scientist guy, he likes our cars. We're like so in. Yeah, I feel like that's probably what they actually sound like. They got some sort of surfer lingo going. That's like totally tubular. No. Would that be the talls or the shorts? Gotta be the talls. Gotta be the talls. Like, totally tubular, dude. Haha. Oh man. We could do the tiles again this run. It wouldn't be a big deal. I mean, I say that, but the gravity event already happened, and I feel like the one specific one that I have in mind is going to be so painful to find now in the forest. Hey. I mean, returning the gun, 4 deliveries of shrimp, I think that's pretty good. Not enough for her to feed me at night yet, so... Gotta commit more. We gotta do better. We're getting hungry. Dr. Kell, just hold on. What, you hate them? Hey, come on, man. There's a lot of work to be done. I missed the picnic again for the 4th playthrough. You hate them, I see. I don't! I don't! I don't hate them! Hey. We're so back. More time to explore. Chat, where's my Toyota Corolla? It's actually, I think we have to buy a transformer for that. Out here somewhere. It's living its best life. Let's not tamper with the wildlife. Dude, I cannot find... How much did you play GTA San Andreas? Not as much as you would think. I played a bit, for sure. Not like... We're here to find Eerie. We're here to find Eerie, guys. Hey, electronic scrap. What do you know? I mean, if you're gonna ask me something about the cars, I don't remember, because I played years ago. We're talking... years ago. I'm but an old lad. I'm old, I tell ya. Just because I'm returning back to the university stuff does not mean that I ain't old. Not like models? I might remember. I might know. I might not. I don't know, man. Hey, thank you, Vesper. Thank you for stopping by. Hell yeah. Greatest game of all time right here. I can't wait for the full release. Like tomorrow, right? one can wish, one can hope. Actually, no, because if it's done, then it's done. I don't want it to be done. Dude, where's Eerie? Later. Peace. Dude. I'm scared they're gonna start spawning soon. The problem is I don't even hear the music. Unless I did, and I just, like, tuned it. There's no way. Does it have, like, a smaller radius? I feel like all of them have pretty much the same radius. Walking around aimlessly trying to find Eerie. Last time I found Eerie, it was actually really funny. It was in like a... almost like this. It was almost like a flower field. We lit this one already, but... we'll have to do that all in one, like, save. Just speedrun them. Or one session. Yeah, that was pretty sick. I also never really expected Vesper or any of the devs to show up here. It's awesome. Very cool, very nice, very sweet. Damn, I was hoping I could find a way to convince him to do something so I could just not starve as quickly or sleep during the 50% day cycles. That's a fair point. Just nap. There's really no reason for me to do the full sleep. It's like a celebrity when you love this game so much. True. True. I mean, this, like, dude. I wonder how many hours I have consecutively... built on this game alone in the past 7 playthroughs that I've done. I mean, it's like 7 1/4 because I don't really count the holiday events, because we don't do a full playthrough. We kind of just focus on that. I thought you were gonna ask for the functionality of the sleep thing you mentioned. Well, at first I was like, maybe there's a secret tech. So I was wondering if there'd be a hint. But he said to nap, and honestly, that is fair. If we're gonna have more time throughout the day to accomplish things, then it's completely reasonable to be tired more often. I don't really think about it that way, but yeah, it makes sense. Okay, we're hungry, we're gonna be tired. We still didn't find Eerie, I'm so sad. It's 2029. And I don't mean the year. We gotta zoom. We gotta get going, we gotta get zooming. Is that the anti-breather? Yes? Yeah, it is. Let's see if we can get a picture. We really have to get hungry at that exact second. My camera! No. No. We have to go home. Damn it. No! Dr. Kell! Stop. You know, I am surprised because we do play this for anywhere between 4 and 10 hours, really depending on the day. And you know, those things typically spawn. Oh, we're so dead. Okay, we're not dead. Maybe it is around. Oh, wait, no. Our game crashed. What am I talking about? IRL. Didn't you go make food earlier? What's going on here, man? I'm not that hungry, and that's why I lost track of time. Because I was brought these, like, spinach-filled triangles. Yes. Oh yeah, samosa. Maybe it was samosa, yeah. I think there's like a more specific name for it. Nevertheless, like, same deal, same ordeal. Please stay away from my facility. Oh no, we're out of everything. No. Kerfus, I need to go fix the transformer. We gotta go lay down. Oh. Whoa. No. Wait, what? Is there another one down? Where did he just go? Does he not know how to... Okay. I was like, where did he go? Does he not know how to open a door? He actually does not. Wait here. I'm going to bed. I'm collecting my cryptocurrency. And then I'm going to bed. The watch is pretty sick. Just another playthrough where I'm grabbing new things. Today, Thursday, it really feels like a Friday. Feels like tomorrow I will not be live. And all of time and space pauses. In the world around me. I forget, do the orbs not spawn this exact following day? I think it's the next night. Also, where are my brownies? I thought those were the same day. Oh man. This is all my fault. Good morning. Genius. The soundproofing. It's sick. Oh, just in time. Does that affect heat? I don't think it does. I mean, the temp is kind of undecisive. Or indecisive. Dude, look how fast it's making points. Oh my god. Okay, it was faster. Oh. Now imagine a second one. Oh, you know what I mean? The heat's kind of fluctuating, but it doesn't go above 0 point something. Like, it doesn't hit 1%. Thankfully, because at 100%, that thing explodes. Oscar X-Ray Foxtrot. So hold on. Kerfus. Will you get the reports? That's awesome. I don't know how it would work, because normally you give him a paper, but I guess it's the same thing. Elliot, anniversary, that is right, Jockadaka, welcome in. Thank you. Thank you very much. Should I just get started on the next frame? No, 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 no. I thought I heard a noise. Me too for a moment. But, you know, this game and its noises. The voices. Let's do one GPU. Yes. Let's do uno GPU. I've played since the 0.9 release. I mean, honest, I'm only just 0.8. Joe, I think you know more than I do there. I know that there's a lot. Well, there you go. To me, this is because I played 0.8, but I mostly did the Halloween event because I wanted to wait for like the next big patch. There's a lot. There's a lot. I think there's new events. A lot of new items. I don't know if ATV maintenance was in 0.8, but it is here. Yep. There is a basement expansion. The drone has a little bag with infinite storage, so you can put whatever, as many things as you want in there. New drone. These actually, I think those were in 0.8. Oh. We need metal scrap. Womp womp. Womp womp. Womp womp. Womp womp. Womp womp. Oh no, dude. More work, well, more doors that don't work. Yeah. It makes you wonder what those doors are gonna do eventually. That's for sure. And they're there. Yeah, they exist. Oh, hey. I forgot about this stuff. Just don't run into them. I mean, I don't have the Velma mod, so does it even matter? Oh, I mean, I guess if you still run into them, you'll get hurt, yeah. Oh, man. You think Curfus is okay? Please don't be in the flesh pit. Please. Yeah, I love the new ATV. I was kind of scared of the new mechanics for it, because you have to, replace the tires. You gotta fix the battery and charge it up. And I was scared of... what that would entail. But actually it's pretty sick. Especially because you can just craft the tires with rubber. Scrap. Beef. Okay. Meat. Okay. Dr. Kel, we're literally ordering food. Lock in. Steak raw. Buy it. Today we're gonna try a steak. And I'm talking Wagyu. Only the best for Dr. Kel. Oh yeah, all the upgrades for this thing now, you physically add them. So you can get a storage upgrade, you can get a solar upgrade, solar powered, which already existed, but this time it's for the battery, not for the fuel. So you're gonna have to keep refueling this thing. But that might be a lot easier to maintain. What was that? Blah. Hold on, Dr. Kel. Steak. You actually see the solar panels? Maybe. I know you can see the little storage in the back. Cook. Setting 5. Dr. Kel, are you okay with waiting with... A stew tray? Excellent. Good. An oil refiner to the game for infinite fuel. There is the mine, so you can get coal, and there is the incinerator for fuel. Boom. Steak cooked. Oh, God. Let's let it cool down, and then we will consume. We need more human flesh. Flesh for the flesh throne. We also need metal scrap. It's bleak. I wonder if there's metal scrap in the... Oh, it's a prison at the moment. Oh no. Oh my God, Kerfus, you scared me. Kerfus, get in. Kerfus, run! Rip Kerf? I don't think they can hurt Kerfus yet. They can, like, chase after Kerfus, but they won't, like, hurt him. Unless that changed as well in 0.9. Oh my. In and cut food cannot be used. Kerfus, you might have to go fix another transformer, bud. I can't even monitor if he's okay. What have I done? Well, at least this thing's still operating, so we could see. Dude, what transform is he going to? Is that 3? I feel like I always forget where north is. I always assume north is that way. Wait. If you guys keep doing this, I'm going to put you into the drone, and I'm going to sell you. Stay... I have better priorities, right? He's gonna, like, intersect with this thing. It might be an orb. I need radar speed. I can't get... Oh god. Uh-oh. Update. Did he dodge? Stop. I'm busy. He's on the way back. Good job, Kirpus. Follow me. I like that I was still able to input the floppy disk. Yay! I don't have to do this anymore. Well, this gives us a lot more time to explore. At Shere Kwan. Whoa! You tell him. That Shere Kwan dude's been pissing me off, you know? Do I really have too much? Oh, I do have the GPU. He might be asleep at this point. Where can I get quick metal scrap? Hacksaw. I do have this metal chair. Dude, 300. Is it me or is it darker than usual? No, like for real. Is it just because it's raining? Like... Damn. It's dark. I mean, it's even dark in here. This is insane. Oh my god. No way. This is not normal. It can't just be because of the rain. What? What in the world is going on? Okay. Carfus, I'm scared, man. There's definitely some voices coming from that void. Not quite the night to go and find Eerie. Man, dude. Maybe this is normal. I can't tell some nights. Abandoning Eerie again? Everything hurts me emotionally. Cannot saw this object. Okay. At long last. No. Is it on the roof? Oh, dude. How in the world did you even get up here? I will say, that's impressive. Well, so much for that. This is quite the process. Isn't it gonna, like, delete all the items inside? I'm so curious that I'm gonna commit to seeing what happens, but it doesn't seem like a good idea. What? Dude. I thought something was gonna blow up. I mean, I guess it did, but like, what? Okay, that's a lot of wood and scrap. I guess it's nice. Okay, but I need metal scrap. No. This thing was a scam. Damn. Yes. 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 Finally. ATM? Damn, we could probably hacksaw some of these. I don't know if I need that much storage. Man, the ATM's like kind of outside, dude. What? Is the implication that I can dismantle the ATM? Right side of the base? You talking about the containers? Can I dismantle those? Oh, let me grab the saw just in case. This is power. Oh man. Hey man, what's that ladder? What? I always feel like somebody's watching me. Spectacular. Damn. Was that what you were implying? Or was there more? Huh? Where did this come from? Wait, Azure playing? No, I mean, nothing's really happening right now. About what? I've been applying a lot of stuff. Well, the containers and the hacksaw. Yes? Gotcha. One more GPU. Let's get it. And then it's done. Trying to tell you to use the hacksaw on the beds. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, at the time, I just wanted to get rid of them. They were so annoying. Why is there a dog in the corner of my menu saying, "I know what you are"? I'm not sure what you mean. You have solid internet. Oh my god, it's like, KK Slider. Dude, that was... I never went out of my way to do something like that with, the Nintendo games, because it was so scary for me to see a pop-up that was like, "I know what you are." It's like, how do you know? I mean, yeah, the game is literally free, right? So... Internet connection might have had a hiccup. Maybe, yeah. Mayhaps. We did it, boys. We did it. It's complete. Oh god. Well, what better thing to do now than to start a second one? In the morning. Did we do all the tasks? Yeah, we did. Couldn't remember. You know, I said we didn't do much, but actually, I feel like a lot happened today. Alright. I think 8 AM is a good wake-up time. We get an early morning start today. I am not. I kind of regret not setting up seasons. I think that would actually make it substantially funner, but I don't know. I guess I didn't think about it. No. We're out of the meats. Okay. We have time. There's no easier way to pinpoint Erie, is there? I wonder if it would break my safe if I try to set up seasons now. Although, that might be a bit tough, because I do think you have to deal with, like, the temperatures, right? Do you? I don't know. I'm just wondering, because I saw the heaters inside of the base. So I wasn't sure if that's something you have to, like, enable and whatnot. We should buy some shrimp and deliver it to the lasses. Hello? I mean, Erie plays music, right? I just don't remember what the music was. I think they all play some sort of music, because how else will you find them? Dude, I don't even know where to start looking anymore. I feel like we've been in every area of the map. It's always gonna be the forests. What is this noise? Oh, what? I'm sorry, in the daylight? Wow. I mean, I did when the game crashed. I rewrote it in the console during this version. By the way, I will say I do feel a lot more. I mean, my FPS is capped at 60, but I do think the game's running a lot better with DirectX 12. All right, mindless patrolling of the woods. Nothing happens on day 26, right? No story events. I don't think so. You know what, Dr. Kell? You're gonna be hungry because until we find Eriewell, we might as well starve. You know, as a streamer, like, way back when, one of my goals was to have a developer of a game show up in chat. Now, granted, that's happened quite a few times now. But I feel like it was more specific for Voices of the Void. At some point. What a strange tree. I guess we can call it a great success. Devin chat joke, no. No, I was too locked in. There was so much happening at once. Because Spiza was here, and I haven't seen Spiza in a minute. But then Vesper was here. But then also I was trying to, like, get the right trajectory for the trampoline. Surely there's no way that Erie's outside of the map. Dude, we left at 8 in the morning. It is now 9:30, 9:40. Where is it? I'm scared one of these trees is gonna kill me, man. Yo, you got food in here? We're so back. This is in the trees, hey you. That game is awesome looking. That'd be a really fun playthrough, I think. Oh, hello. Yummy. Thank you. The 10th time. Yep. I haven't really counted how many playthroughs I've done total, but I think it's something like 8. No, because we've done... This is the 5th playthrough on stream. And then I did... We're so back. We're so back, chat. We're here. Oh my god. Dude. Come back. Dude, I was waiting for this moment for so long. That's 16 burgers, dude. Whoa. How does this happen? Dude, I'm so happy that just happened. I'm even happier that it's like somewhat normal meat. And that it wasn't spoiled. Usually I just leave it there and then we have to slowly eat it so we don't get killed. Damn, 6 hours and 26 minutes of stream. Quite the day. This is why it feels like a Friday. Again, this is what happens when Aiko has a meal sometime in the middle of the stream. Then the streams will go for... additional time. But I don't like eating on stream. I don't like AFKing for too long. Dude, you guys didn't hear any music at all? Nothing in the distance here? Dude, we've been to every corner. I feel like the music radius is quite big, because you can hear it from so far away, dude. We've been everywhere. I guess aside from out of bounds. I mean, I guess we haven't been... No, we have. I was gonna say, we haven't been at the lake, but we have been at the lake. The real metagaming here would have been to just... like, hide the foliage. For a moment.
Baby, you know that I
Ty! Thanks for the raid, man. Was a good homie. I hope Elden Ring was fun. It was? Hell yeah. You playing with someone new? Or is there actually stuff to do now? I mean, there's always stuff to do, but you know what I mean. She hasn't played in a long... Oh, since like 2020. Hey, man. Oh, Souls games. Okay, I thought you meant that game. Like, that game's not been out since 2020. That's crazy. No! Vesper was here! We could have asked about the VCR. I'm sure he would have just done a smile emoji. Nothing to eat. Yeah, I'm not hungry at the moment because I had impromptu lunch. A little bit of a cheat code is eating in the middle of the stream. And then I can go for another few hours. At least until I'm too tired. Or when people start getting bored. I usually try to base stream time off of like when people start to head out or chat less. It just makes the most sense for me. It's okay, I didn't want to flood Vesper with like a million questions, to be honest. It was cool to see him here at all. I don't want to scare him off with like, Vesper, why don't you let us sleep less in extended daytimes? It was cool to talk about IT stuff, cybersecurity. But damn. The field is a mess. It really is. It's all about them certificates. I'm worried, man. Well, not worried, but like some room for concern when everybody's telling you how atrociously awful it is to get work. Are you shifting the cybersec instead of whatever you were studying? I mean, I was doing just IT. Just straight up IT, that's it. I guess the way it works is when I was initially in university, I was doing cybersecurity. That was like the thing I wanted to focus on. And then I came back and I felt like doing just IT in general, like general IT was a good idea. And it still is, but I felt like having a more focused path towards something would make more sense. And I know cybersecurity is a lot more interesting for me as like what I would want to do. So I switched over again actually last month. But I've been talking about cybersecurity for like half a year now. Broadcasting company, I think they mentioned a large broadcasting network, not sure which one. No, that's really cool though, still. Damn. He ain't even that hungry, but he making noise. Dude, I'm at a loss here. Like, I feel like we've explored every single corner, man. No, just placed at a random point of the map. Oh no, the tile isn't here, is it? No. Is the tile not also an object that won't move until you interact with it for the first time? I guess that doesn't apply to all things. No. Oh well. We'll look for the tiles at a different point. That's cool though, broadcasting. Oh my god, I thought I was gonna take damage. It'd be a good idea if it was. I feel like a lot of the items here are now. Like, you have to interact with it. We haven't even found the tile here in the forest. Hey, thanks so much for Paul. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. I mean, at least this is somewhat different gameplay from usual. Otherwise, we're just gonna be stuck inside the facility the whole time. But man. I don't want to eat that. Dr. Kell, come on, man. Eat something. Alright, this is the end. This is the side where the tile would be. Man. We've spent the entire morning zooming around the map. Love this game because it's either me begging Kel to lock it or Kel surprising me by launching off a tower and dusting himself off without a care in the world. Seriously, this guy, he won't eat a pack of crackers and he'll starve to death. But you know, he can roll down an entire mountain, bleed out, basically, and just be like, oh, just another day in the life, you know? Honestly, no big deal. I'm Dr. Kell. Because my favorite cryptid and or SCP, and I can't decide which one's more thematically appropriate. I'm down with cryptid. There is a different kill out here that can be SCP coded. Somewhere. Ow. Alright, hold up. Don't worry, Dr. Kell. We did it, man. We did. I forgot we had that steak there. Start cooking. Let's go. Is it maxed out? Yeah. Hold on, Dr. Kel. It's almost ready, man. You're gonna have a burger. It's gonna be great. Huh? Oh, right. Do we have cheese slices? Excellent. Excellent. $16 burger patties were so back. Oh my god.
Yo. Yo.
Uniform. Griffiths, you know what to do. Get out there, buddy. Get out there, buddy. I'll be out soon, too. To inspect the other half of the map. There's also a mildly furry version of Kel in the community models called Kel Riptid. Whoa. Maybe we just take the ATV. Maybe it's time. It's just, how much harder is it gonna be to hear the thing then? Superb plan. Boom. Double coffee. I'm gonna assume that's my blood. Alright. Happy trails to you. El Dorado. Here we go. Okay, dude. Yeah. I know. The Office, when you start a new game, it is diabolical what they have done. It is a criminal offense. Carfus? Man. Yes! This isn't even the one that we wanted. Where are you? Aha! I found you! Yay! The song is crazy, dude. Okay. Also, this confirms, because we didn't respawn Narpwell after the save. After the crash. Or the reloads. I don't know what I want to do with the cubicles. On one hand, I like that they add some flavor to the room, but I also can't move them. I got rid of them. My sole reason for removing them is just the amount of space they take up for what could be a great storage corner. I couldn't accept that they were in my way. They'd be kind of nice if I had more people working there. But it's just Dr. Kell, and I guess Kerfus. And other Kerfus. Kerfus on crack. Okay. So. The radius for this one was a lot smaller. Maybe we just, dude, just to find it. Dude, it's so weird without foliage. It's so bizarre. I almost don't like it. There's a multiplayer mod for Voices of the Void. I was actually thinking that when we're done with this playthrough, I might do Voices Chaos mod. But it kind of depends. Mostly if I'm in the mood for it. I've learned my lesson about Chaos mod from the 2 that I've done. Chat does not want you to succeed. Far from it, actually. Chat wants to make sure that you are locked in one mission for 5 hours. As miserable as possible. Why do I feel like this is not going to help me at all? I mean, I'm at least pinpointing a lot more. Multiplayer does sound interesting. You could, like, split all the tasks. One person does one thing, someone... How would that work if someone died, though? Questions. They're just unconscious. You have to go, like, pick them up and bring them back to life with bandages. Hey, look, a shovel. Hey, look, a human skull. Huh? Why is it full and oh, the metal scrap. Damn it. Sandwich. Resuscitate or new employee. Yeah, if you're like not fast enough, they just actually that's the other thing. What would they do in the lore? Is it just multiple Dr. Kells? Out of order sign. As is my life. Yeah, German. Glasses? Oh, hello. What? No. What? Dude. Juvie has translated before. I've like no clipped into there before. It's about what you would expect. Empty. This is the thing, right? No foliage should make it easier to find. But if it's just in the middle of this stack of trees, then we need them tunes playing. Is that the deer crossing? Ominous. Whoa. What could it mean? So hold on, maybe it's pre-kill. There was clearly a bunch of people running through. I guess that is true. Hello, friends. Have you guys seen a plushie nearby? Goodbye. I feel like that's the only area we haven't really, like, explored. Oh my god, you play as the cat girls? Oh my god. You know, that'd be a great way to, like, kind of skip on the full model work, because if the other players just appear as active camo from Halo, certainly feels like an easier way to, play. It'd be kind of funny. To no one's surprise, the Silent Hill fog is coming in. So classic. Find Kel and throw him around. Oh my god, what, he's just an NPC somewhere in the world that you bully in multiplayer? What? Why is there just a random... I mean, surely it's not down there. That wouldn't make sense. What is that? Oh. '80s, '90s. Oh my god, but if it's a clean facility, what's the point? I say that as I beg for a save file that's day one completely clean. I sob. I should have asked Vesper if he would give it to me. Vesper, please. I've played this game so much. Just one playthrough that's completely clean. For those wondering why I'm running around like a doofus, with what looks like no objective, we're trying to find Eriewell, because I'm trying to turn her into a real person, or turn them alive, whatever. Uh-oh. Excuse me. Was that my base? What is going on? Who is nuking? What? What? Kerfus? Dude. What? Kerfus, I don't feel so good. What? What's up, Rune? Hey, man. What just happened? Why? Wait here. Man. That kind of sucks. Why did this happen? Consequences. No, what actually happened? Why did the temps go off? Overheating? Oh my god. I thought it only overheats if, like, you don't have enough of the coolers. I don't know if it's if you hit the limit. Oh. Man, that's highly unfortunate. What's up, Goat Priest? Welcome in. Huh. Well, there goes a lot of our passive income. Huh. Well. Damn if you do, damned if you don't. And honestly, deserved. That's what I get for not finding Erie well early enough. Yeah, I'm not gonna go back in there for a while. I really just, you know, I need to let it sink in. That's about, like, what is that, 15,000 points? We just gotta kind of, just pretend that everything is okay. $4,500 points? Okay, it's not that bad. Kerfus, I'm still not done searching for Eriewell. I'm really hoping that nothing falls apart while I'm gone again. Wow. You know, the part that really sucks about this is... I'm gonna need a lot more of the batteries again. And here I wanted to build a second one. I wanted to build a second one of these. Damn. Well, there you go. Now there's metal debris everywhere. Oh god. Oh god. Well, hey, there's a bright side to all of this. Even though the most expensive parts fried themselves, look at the bright side here. The metal scrap stayed. That's pretty good, right? And look, we have one GPU. See? Wow. That's just really great. Well, I'm gonna go back to search for Eriewell. Yeah, I always check, but the thing is, we've been out since... Well, I don't know, was it 8 a.m.? We left at 8 in the morning in-game to search for Eriewell, and this is the first time we really came back. Ads are playing, so I have to let them play. I think 1 can of fuel lasts a day or so. Oh. You can run 2 rigs off the generator without hammering your transformers. I should bring the generator thing. Kind of forgot about it. $50 points to make like 500 points ish a day. I think it still says work in progress, but it's been functional since at least 0.8.1. I see. Yeah, it did still say work in progress. I was like, damn, this thing's been a work in progress since, was it 0.4? Maybe earlier. Was it 0.3? I know it didn't exist at one point. Can't remember which point that was. Seven-hour stream. We'll do one more like proper look around for Erie, and knowing my, we're gonna fail. I don't know why. I just don't know where Erie is. I don't know. If I retype in Eriewell into the console, does it despawn them? No, right? It probably just puts them in a different spot. Dude, I thought we were getting nuked. No joke. I thought like something was going horribly wrong. What's up, Rune? Good to see you, man. Welcome in, guys. Did you see the 2039 trailer? Because goddamn, that was... Yeah, I saw it. I was saving, and I'm like, well, nothing's happening the closer I get, so maybe it's not an event, but what could it be? And I honestly didn't even think it would be the rig. I knew that it sets on fire and explodes if, like, it overheats. And ads are done. Mushroom. Vesper missed it? True. I was like, dude, did my soundproofing do something? If we didn't have Goat Priest in here, I wouldn't have even known. It really does look like we're sponsored because I have the little message. I just think everyone should experience this game and try it at least once. But I only say that because it's my favorite game ever. Of the recent years. Asterisk. What is the likelihood of them spawning in the water? Yeah, I should probably change that and, like, make it say pay what you want. Yeah, non-zero chance. Where is it? You enjoying the view? Huh? Do you know how long it took me to find you? Do you know? It has been 4 days. I don't know if that was Gur, but I thought the same thing at one point. We're playing at 50% day speed, so... Man. Yippee! You're at the lake? I was. I'm not going back. Wait, I am going back. Do you think it landed in the water? He said like on the radar somewhere by the lake. But I didn't know if that implied like no, you cannot scale down the sleep and the food. It was my only complaint, really, with this speed. But Vesper specifically suggested to just take naps. It pings off towards the lake end of the map. Is what Vesper said. I'm not sure what that implies. Like, could it be in the lake? Yeah, I like the 50% speed, but yes, you do have to deal with the fact that you have to sleep like twice in that day. And you have to eat twice. Like big meals. Man, what if it land... Amazing voice crack. What if it landed somewhere over there? In the outer zone. I've certainly not been hydrating. I think I gotta bring that, like, alert back. You're meant to hydrate way more often than I've been on stream today. See, I don't know now. I don't know where to look because I've never seen anybody else do that. Kel, just like me? Yeah, I felt that. Man, you can't even see anything down here. We'll come back at some point. I gotta get the diving gear anyway. Can I turn the sugarcane into... No, that doesn't make sense. It's like, can I make it into like a... Wait, where'd it go? No, where'd it go? Or did it just not... Huh. Into... I was like wondering if there's a way to grow more. Sometimes you harvest and get 0. Ah. Classic. Farming for profit got scope during the super secret shadow tests version of 0.9. That's okay. I'm not too... I mean, actually, that does kind of suck. I never really tried the farm in this game, though. I used those mining rigs, and now it blew up. And now I'm lazy, and I don't want to build another one. Sell sugar bags. Oh. Curfus? Alright, you're in the kitchen. Which is somehow the safest room now. In the facility. Alright. Objective complete. I should say, first objective complete. Okay. Alright, Eerie, listen. Paper? Where in the world would I have put a pencil? Do we... Surely we have a pencil. Uh-oh. Scissors. Okay. "2080s later vibe with the teal glow sticks lighting it everywhere." My first objective is to clean the base. My second objective is to light it up completely with glow sticks. And it's always the teal one. Because, I don't know, the lighting looks the best with the teal. It's funny you say that, though. We are on day 26. With probably 0 fuses left. Yeah. I think my frames are fine. We are testing the DirectX 12. I think generally it's been okay. It's been pretty good. Damn, yeah, I'm on a 20 Super. Dude. What could it even strike at this point? You've taken everything from me. Okay. How do I make it... This is the right one, right? Oh, this is the wrong Erie? That's what I thought. When I just thought about it, I was like, this is not even the right one. Is that the one you have to buy? Wait, what? How do you get the other plush? Oh my god, the ritual. Why did I think it was this one? Damn. We sure spent a lot of time on this. We don't even need the paper anymore because... Carfus does the real work now. Damn. Alright, Dr. Kell. You're really living the life. Another day, another burger, homie. Ow. No, what? Dude. Okay. Damn, look at my currency. Oh, wait, you can't. It's 666. You know what gets me? The oven and the fridge are still upstairs, but now the break room has the microwave and it looks like an actual spot to be a kitchen. Yeah, because I don't understand, but yeah, I'm certainly gonna use this area over the upstairs since the working environment's right here. You know, I know if you kill this thing, it spawns a lot of cheese. What if you can drive the... Actually, that's a good point. I never really thought about that. I know I can buy a mini fridge. No, you cannot. Curfis. Buddy. I have a job for you, man. Doesn't it be upstairs with the oven? It does. It's weird, man. I mean, we do have the hot plate down there, so it's like this room's completely irrelevant at this point. Curfis, please no. I can't even check. Curfis. No, dude. Curvis might be in the flesh pit. And there's really no way that I can check. Radar? I mean, I don't really know where that's located. Is that the flesh pit? No, he's moving. What? Is it fixed, Curfis? Day 26. There's no story event today, right? I don't... There's no way. Because we could have saved after the transformer went out. And if it was an event, it wouldn't let Kerfus fix it. Okay. I guess we'll never know what that was. Guys are shot an arrow. No! You don't mean that. What is that noise? Oh. I know what that noise is. Nope. I can't hear it. It was a wisp. It was like a bassy noise. Hey. There's no... I don't know. I thought the brownie trail happens like... from something else. Oh no. Okay, well, this is gonna be a problem. We have to work. We have to work on the GPU again, the farm. I mean, it's such fantastic. What do you call it? Income, dude. Hey, wait, don't. So majestic for such a demon creature. I feel like less of them spawn, though. Granted, you know, it's day one. Dude. What, a 50? Okay. Well. I was so hopeful that with the passive income, we could just start buying fuses and just max it out and only worry about the fuses when it's like empty again. But now our passive income has been fried. So we're gonna have to work on that again. And not forget about it, and not stroll away for so long. So, I think that's good for today. We'll continue tomorrow. Tomorrow we're gonna have to focus on repairing that. And I guess we're gonna work towards the ritual, because I wanted to get Eerie, and I thought this was the right one. But, I'm tired. I'm tired, ladies and gents. We've been here for almost 8 hours. So, follow the channel if you haven't already. I'd greatly appreciate it. Be sure to follow my socials. Join the Discord if you haven't done so already as well. Thank you for hanging out today. Tomorrow, we will continue with the video game. But until then, hope everyone has a great rest of their days. Be sure to grab Voices of the Void for free. I do think it's gonna be there's gonna be a price on it, on full release, and I'm more than happy to buy it. So, who's streaming? EO's streaming. I'm sending you guys over to EO. Alright, GG's guys. Thanks for hanging out today. See you tomorrow. Long stream, man. Long stream. I'm cooked. I'm gonna get some food. Damn, almost finished my meme in time. Well, joke's on you. Meme's over. All right. GG's. Thanks for now. See you guys tomorrow. Peace.